on ecology. So she won't be here. No, okay. But I've got her written comments. Yeah, okay. Alex Platts. Okay. Chris Curzon. Chris Broadhead. Ken Warnes. Okay. I've got his written comments also. And that's all I've got on the list. Is there anyone else today? Yeah, what's your name, sir? Mel Hardy. Okay. Okay. Okay, no problem at all. Okay, anyone else at all? Getting a bit of feedback, but I don't know if that can be resolved. Okay. Right, moving on then. So notification letters. I've seen copies of the council's letters of notification regarding the lodging of the appeal and the date, time and venue of this inquiry. I've also seen copies of representations made in response to the appeal notification and the original planning application consultation, and I will take these into account in reaching my decision. Also received proofs of evidence from both the appellant and the the indicative master plan, and then 3 access plans. Is that correct? The indicative master plan,
agreed matters in the statement of common ground.
3 access plans. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the person at the back who has the control of them, I think. Agreed matters in the statement of common. Well, the statement of common ground refers to a site location plan and existing site plan as being the 2 for approval. And then there are plans that show, but only for the purposes of the location of the accesses. And that's the location rather than the detailed design.
No.
This is on page 3 of the.
Land within the green belt, and then whether any harm by reason of inappropriateness, if that is found, and any other harms would be clearly outweighed by other considerations so as to amount to the very special circumstances required to justify the proposal. All other matters will be covered in the overall planning balance. So that concludes my opening remarks. So unless anyone's got anything further to say, can we start with openings, please?
Yes, ma'am. I have a paper copy, and I think you wanted it emailed to the office, so we'll arrange for that now.
Got that actually.
Has it come through?
Yeah.
Excellent. Mr. Moore, colleague here, is going to hand a paper copy up and also the appearance list, just so that you've got that for future reference.
Since issuing the council's decision notice, the council has changed its position in relation to its reasons for refusal. On the 22nd of November, the council's planning committee considered a report of this Director of Planning and follow-on legal advice that had been received at that time. A motion was agreed the council minimise costs to the council, and that's limited. And despite the above motion, the council's planning committee held a further meeting on the 13th of December where the council resolved it would not defend all the reasons but reason for refusal 2, which remains. Subsequently, the council has in fact on the 14th of December withdrawn, or certainly said it would not contest those 6 reasons for refusal. The remaining reason for refusal number 2 relates to the council's view that no details of the nature or scale of works necessary to form the attenuation basins have been submitted, and therefore, in other words, because of that lack of information, without information to the contrary, the application would not preserve Greenbelt openness and conflicts with the purposes of Greenbelt. Without prejudice and notwithstanding the documentation submitted with the planning application, that was sufficient for both policy officers and planning officers, the appellant considered it would assist matters as further information was provided. Therefore, as agreed with the case management conference, the appellant submitted additional illustrative material on the 3rd of February, solely in relation to the attenuation basin area of the site. The submission included an attenuation area illustrative landscape master plan, long sections, cross sections, 3D visuals, updated illustrative master plan, and illustrative drainage strategy plan. These drawings are all illustrative, but were submitted to assist you, Ma'am, and the council in better understanding the application. And the only update to the illustrative master plan was that there were some additional footpaths marked on to reflect those that are on the ground, but not on the definitive map. The main issues, Ma'am, I shall repeat because you've set them out in your own terms just a moment ago. If I can move to paragraph 19 of the submission. Reason for refusal 2 relates to the very small area of the site in the green belt. The council's reason for refusal relates to the claimed absence of information as to details of proposals in that area. It proceeds on the basis that without further information, the proposals should be assumed to be contrary to green belt policy. It is an agreed matter, and this is in the statement of common ground. The law requires reasons to be clear, precise, and full. The appellant is clear that ample information was submitted proportionate to the planning application being outlined. The appellant's position is in line with other appeal decisions, and footnote 42 refers you to the core documents. One case is an inspector's decision. The other case, Huntingdon and York, is a Secretary of State's decision, dealing with very similar circumstances with such basins in the green belt and plan as well. However, without prejudice, additional illustrative material was submitted on the 3rd of February, and this demonstrably shows how the proposals meet national green belt policy and local policy. There is ample material to conclude that the part of the source basins that falls within the green belt are not inappropriate developments, and this judgment is also fully in line with those other appeal decisions. Mr. Rollinson's evidence addresses the reason for refusal 2 and concludes the council have taken an inappropriate approach to considering the attenuation basins in the green belt. Mr. Rollinson outlines the relevant planning policy from both national and local perspective and the approach to determination of the application. His evidence sets out the planning and policy officers' approach to the proposed attenuation basins in the green belt, drawing upon the content of the officer's report, and he demonstrates that the attenuation ponds were quite rightly not regarded as inappropriate development by those officers. Paragraph 150 of NPPF and SS10 of the local plan explain that engineering operations are not inappropriate development in the green belt, provided that openness is preserved and green belt purposes are not conflicted with. And now at this point, it's important to set out some of the key points that have been determined on these issues in law. Firstly, if development is not inappropriate, it is appropriate. See Lee Valley in the Court of Appeal. Secondly, once judged appropriate, in accordance with any of the exceptions set out in paragraph 149 or 150 of the NPPF, there is no second test of giving substantial weight to any harm to the greenbelt. That relates to cases where inappropriate development is being justified by very special circumstances. And you will again see the reference to the value and the core document reference. That is the Court of Appeal's position. It is not a two-step process. Thirdly, the concept of openness is the counterpart of urban sprawl, not necessarily about visual qualities, and does not imply freedom from any form of development. Indeed, some very significant forms of development, such as mineral extraction, may be appropriate and compatible with openness. That's the Samuel Smith's Old Brewery case in the Supreme Court. But I pause for a moment with footnote 47, because that was a case, just to understand the facts. It was mineral extraction, quarry extension, 6 hectares, and 2 million tons of rock to be excavated. And that said the Supreme Court, where the planning officer had said openness was preserved, was quite unacceptable. I go on further, for example, failing to consider development for hydrocarbon exploration that involved a compound fence, drilling rig of 35 metres in height, flare hit buildings, plants and equipment. As for mineral extraction, was unlawful, as it could, if properly considered as mineral extraction, and in forerunner of NPPF 150 have been considered as an exception because of it preserving openness. Now that is the Europa oil case, apologies, footnote 48, and if I can just explain a little bit further. The inspector in that case decided not to treat it as mineral extraction. The court found that in that case he should have done, and if he had done, then it would have engaged the forerunner to paragraph 150. And if that had been engaged, then there was the real prospect that the inspector would have determined that that scheme, with all of those items of development, would preserve openness, so quash the decision of that inspector. Preservation of openness cannot mean that a proposal has to leave the greenbelt unchanged. It can only sensibly mean that the effects on openness must not be harmful. Preserve, meaning kept safe from harm, rather than maintain state of things. In other words, there is a threshold of change acceptable before harm occurs, provided you are one of the items in the exceptions of 149 or 150. Here, of course, we're dealing with paragraph 150 of the framework. And that is by reference to the Samuel Smith Brewery decision in the Court of Appeal. The judgment about openness is related to the effects on the openness of the greenbelt itself, not the site as such. So there's a wider contextual point, and that is by reference to Euro Garage's footnote 50. And then, for example, again, even treating a pumping station, equipment cabin, metal fencing, along with suds ponds, as both engineering operations and preserving greenbelt openness, as planning officers and the council did in the case of Oxford, where the cabin was described as having a minimum height of 1.2 metres, was a perfectly legitimate approach when they concluded that it preserved openness. So NPPF 150 accepts as appropriate development of the greenbelt a range of forms of development that are capable of being very substantial in nature. Mineral extraction is almost always on a large scale, as it was in the Samuel Smith Brewery case. Local transport infrastructure is similar, and so are playing pitches, cemeteries, and potentially even buildings under the community right to build. They will invariably cause a change and affect openness. The judgment is about whether that change and effect is too great to be said to not preserve the greenbelt's openness, and it would be wholly inconsistent with policy and law to approach the question as though any reduction in greenbelt openness would automatically cause development to be judged as inappropriate. It is envisaged in national policy that there will be a degree of change to the greenbelt to accommodate several identified forms of development. However, such a change does not undermine the conclusion that openness is preserved. It would negate the whole purpose of paragraph 150 to conclude there must be neutral or no change to the greenbelt. Mr. Rollinson's evidence draws upon the evidence of Mr. Parks, that is our drainage engineer, who addresses drainage matters relevant to the site and the proposed development. Mr. Parks' evidence demonstrates that the location of the attenuation basins in the greenbelt is an appropriate drainage solution for the development based on the topography of the site, the ground conditions, and existing drainage infrastructure, as well as, importantly, the sub-hierarchy, sustainable urban drainage hierarchy. Further, Mr. Rollinson demonstrates how the proposed development has been based upon the appropriate location for the attenuation basins, and Mr. Walshaw confirms his design statement that drainage considerations have been fully taken into account when shaping the master plan. The appeal scheme is made in outline form, and therefore the appellant is happy to accept a suitably worded conditional conditions in relation to the attenuation basins in order to control subsequent reserve masses and condition discharge schemes. Mr. Rollinson sets out in his evidence examples of matters which the appellant is happy to deal with by condition. This includes matters relating to the appearance, landscape, and layout scale of the attenuation area. Whether otherwise unacceptable development could be made acceptable through the use of conditions is something which the council is under duty to consider. Indeed, refusal of permission on a matter capable of being dealt with by conditions is an example given in the NPPG of unreasonable behaviour, creating a cost risk. I then turn briefly to the now withdrawn reasons for refusal. It's agreed in the statement of common ground that the appeal scheme is in accordance with the local plan policies that were referenced within the withdrawn reasons for refusal. This is further supported by the appellant's professional evidence, which has been submitted in relation to each topic. The withdrawn reasons for refusal do not therefore provide any grounds for the appeal to refuse. The statement of common ground confirms that and the council agree the scheme complies with policy LC1. The council agree that policy LC1 does not restrict or control the number of dwellings to be brought forward in any proposed development on the part of the site that is allocated and does not place a cap on the number of dwellings. The council previously considered the scheme to be contrary to Part H policy STC 12, but this is not a policy related to sustainable travel. On the basis of the information submitted at outline stage and subject to the imposition of planning conditions, the council agreed that a scheme could be brought forward at reserve matters that would be in accordance with this policy. Further, the council agree on the statement of common ground, subject to undertaking highway works as may be required by planning conditions or obligations. The level of traffic resulting from the appeal proposals would be sustainable, and that the cumulative impact on the road network would not be severe. The council therefore confirms that the proposed development will accord with policy ID 3, and Mr. Blair's statement of evidence on behalf of the appellant deals with the levels of traffic, impact, and sustainable transport. He concludes that in his opinion there are no highways, traffic, transportation, or sustainable accessibility reasons why the appeal should not proceed. The statement of common ground also confirms the council's agreement in relation to STC 14 being met through the imposition of planning conditions. The council agreed that any further land investigation, remediation, and mitigation works that are required in relation to proposed development can be covered by a planning condition. And Mr. Friel's statement of evidence on mining and legacy issues of that sort concludes, consistent with the views of the council and the co-authority, that the appeal proposals accord with the relevant statutory and regulatory requirements relating to ground stability, coal mining legacy, and contamination risk. In relation to the effects on doctors and schools, there is substantial evidence that there is no need for concern, subject in the case of doctors to a payment in accordance with the formula endorsed by the local plan inspector and contained within the infrastructure study delivery plan. This position is accepted by the council, the local education authority, the NHS ICB, and the doctors of themselves, none of whom are objecting. The statement of common ground goes on to demonstrate the council's agreement to propose development complying with policy ID1. Further, the council agreed on the basis of the appellant's revised master plan it would be possible for a reserved matters proposal to satisfactorily address the alignment of public rights of way and therefore be in accordance with policy IDN. Just to add at that point, the illustrated master plans show no realignment of any of the footpaths that run across the site. This is demonstrated in Mr. Walshaw's evidence. The appeal proposal accommodates the existing public rights of way. Though not included in the original reasons, seven reasons rather, issues related to air quality, ecology and flood risk have been referred to by third parties. In addition to the supporting documentation and professional statements, the appellant relies on the content of the Statement of Common Ground in this respect. The Statement of Common Ground demonstrates agreement between the parties that there are no issues related to air quality that would result in the appeal not being allowed. Further, it demonstrates that the parties agree any ecology issue can be addressed through the imposition of planning conditions and or obligations. The council confirmed their agreement that when setting aside the fact that drainage elements are to be constructed in the greenbelt, details of flood risk and drainage are satisfactorily addressed, subject to the imposition of planning conditions, and therefore the proposed development also complies with policy SDC 11 of the local plan. When considered with the appellant's professional statements on these matters, admitted that such matters do not provide a basis to refuse the appeal. Mr. Rolison's evidence concludes that the proposals accord with the national and local policy should be approved without delay in line with paragraph 11 of the framework. He also looks at and balances any harms and the benefits of this area. In undertaking that exercise, he reaches the clear conclusion the appeal should be allowed. Consequently, at the close of this inquiry, the appellant will be asking for the appeal to be allowed in time connection to be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Sober. Mr. Howlett, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, as will be clear from the evidence of Councillor Foster, so far as the respondent authority is concerned, the issue is Greenbelt and Greenbelt alone. In assessing that issue, Madam, it is important that you are.
Sorry, Mr. Howlett, do you have a copy of the one?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it emailable?
It could
be emailed. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I will have to type it out.
Okay.
So I can do that overnight if it can help.
Okay, fine. I can take notes. If that's what you prefer.
In the context of the Greenbelt boundary in question, which is the boundary running to the south of the allocation site in the development plan, it's significant to know the process at the development plan inquiry stage by which that boundary came to be determined when the allocation site was, or most of it, was taken out of the Greenbelt, which historically it had been. The planning authority had undertaken a substantial review of the Greenbelt, and a number of sites were put forward as sites where potentially land could be taken out of the Greenbelt. This allocation site ultimately was selected for removal of the Greenbelt, and that identification process you see, Madam, in core document 4.1.12. Even at the development plan inquiry stage, the appellants were presenting an illustrative master plan which incorporated the entire development, by which I mean the housing, the landscaping, and the sustainable urban drainage system within the intended allocation. There was no suggestion then of encroachment into the Greenbelt. That then master plan, Madam, you have at core document 4.1.1c. The new green belt boundary was carefully considered by the inspector, and the conclusion which he reached about it appears at core document 4.1.2, that is her report on proposed variations to the emerging plan, where at paragraph 182, she said this: the reinforcement of the southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning would assist in mitigating the visual impact of development and will provide a clear demarcation between the built-up area and the countryside beyond, and would create a strong and defensible greenbelt boundary. Adequate visual separation would be maintained to the nearby settlement of Spink Hill to prevent settlement coalescence. I pause there, Madam, to say this. The nearby settlement of Spink Hill lies south of the allocation site and therefore also of the green belt part of the now proposed site. On the far side of the valley, it is a distinctive settlement with a substantial church and school amongst other things, and there is clear visual relationship between the allocation site and it. They are indivisible, they are an important part of the landscape. They were taken into account and recognised as such by the inspector. What the inspector said at paragraph 182 of her report was true then, and it remains true now. So that is the background by which the new defensible hedgeline boundary was adopted as part of the green belt. Very quickly afterwards, the appellant put forward the new proposal, which was to place the sustainable urban drainage system in part on a strip of greenbelt land to the south of the allocation site, and in part within the southern edge of the allocation site itself. The local planning authority's position is, by reference to policy SS10 of the development plan and the MPPF, so far as greenbelt policy is concerned at national level. And it is simply this, that it has to be determined whether what is now proposed in the green belt is inappropriate development, having regard to the development plan policy and national policy as expressed in the framework. The respondent's position is that it is indeed inappropriate development. Secondly, the degree of harm to the green belt which will result from allowing this development. And thirdly, whether any harm by reason of inappropriateness is outweighed by other considerations so as to amount to very special circumstances. In relation to that threefold test, the respondent stresses, as is obvious, that this is an outline application. The plans that have been put forward are indicative plans only. We do not know what form the ultimate sustainable urban drainage system will take. It is said, and to an extent we acknowledge that it is true, that some adverse impacts of some forms of sustainable urban drainage systems could be mitigated by condition. But that, in our submission, is not enough. when one is dealing with a recently tested, defensible, new greenbelt boundary. This, on any view, is a change of use, a material change of use. Significantly, the indicative plan at the development plan inquiry stage, which incorporated, as I have said, the sustainable urban drainage system within the then proposed allocation site, also used it as informal public open space, with a kickabout area, pass, seating, and so forth. That position has now been the subject of a volte-face by the appellant, whose evidence before this inquiry is that the subs area will be an area with no public access, engineered, or at any rate designed, to discourage public access, both permitted and, if I may put it this way, informal. So what is proposed here is a use for drainage, which, in comparison with what we see now, agriculture and informal grazing, must be a material change of use. There is no dispute between the parties that what is proposed is also an engineering operation, and therefore both policy SS10 and the framework are engaged in saying that engineering operations are not inappropriate in the green belt, provided that they preserve its openness and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. What is proposed, as the illustrative material shows, and as is inevitable in any operation of this kind, is a reshaping of the landscape. In places, raising the ground level, in other places, lowering it, and of necessity, creating three obviously engineered, purposive shapes where none exist at the moment. That will have two consequences. The first is the entire destruction of the defensible hedgerow that was recognised by the development plan inspector in her report as a defensible greenbelt boundary, and its substitution by a network of engineered features and embankments, which will be clearly visible from the public footpath network within and to the south of the site. That, we submit, necessarily affects the openness of the green belt adversely and negatively. The green belt also, of course, paragraph 138 of the framework, exists to serve purposes, two of which are relevant here. One is the checking of unrestricted urban sprawl. The other is safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. What is proposed here is inconsistent with the attainment of either, indeed both, of those purposes. The drainage system is an inherent, inevitable part of a development of almost 400 houses, more than 300 houses on any view. It is an urban feature without which the urban housing proposed could not be achieved. It thus moves urban functions into greenbelt land and thereby brings about urban sprawl. It necessarily also represents an encroachment into the green belt and fails thereby to protect what at the moment is open countryside. This will not be countryside. This will be a defended area in which the public is not welcome without countryside landscape features and showing what is obviously an engineered man-made structure. We recognise that there is an inconsistency between policy SS10 and the latest version of the framework, though not the version that was current when the plan was adopted, in relation to the status of material change of use. Material change of use is not in policy SS10 regarded as one of the developments that may be appropriate in the Greenbelt. So, in terms of policy SS10, the change of use is not even potentially appropriate. And we submit that properly construed, that is a closed list. In relation to the framework, which of course is a material consideration, we do not seek to argue otherwise. It would be absurd if we did. Nevertheless, it has to be recognised that here, the proposed change of use involves undesirable changes to the land form, with which I have already dealt. And therefore, whilst the material change of use is potentially not inappropriate in the context of what is proposed here, it is. So even if you conclude that the framework must take precedence over policy SS10, nevertheless, the development still fails. It reached the threshold of being not inappropriate. And therefore, we have to look at the degree of harm. And it is trite, as we all know, to say that inappropriate development in the green belt is by definition harmful, and that is harm, which carries substantial weight. Framework policies 147 and 148. This, I emphasise, is a recently tested and proven adopted greenbelt boundary for good reason. Even mitigated through conditions, the effect on openness is unavoidable. And I stress that we do not have a worked up proposal at this stage because, of course, this is an outline application. The appellant's pray in aid benefits which will flow from the development, and we recognise, of course, that there are some, not least the supply of housing. So this is not one of those cases where a local planning authority is struggling to meet its housing requirement. At the moment, this authority has 6.94 years of housing land supply, and the delivery of dwellings across the development plan period is over target. Yes, the development would bring about some provision of affordable homes, and yes, of course, it would bring in economic benefits through employment and generally through the spending power of those who would live in this proposal on the allocation side when built up. But my reference to the allocation side, of course, is significant because the benefits upon which the appellant relies are those benefits which come with any good housing development of this scale without compromising the green belt. And we know that that was this appellant's original position at the development plan inquiry stage. So the benefits which would arise, and no doubt whatever happens to this application will arise within the application site, are inevitable. And they should therefore attract very limited weight, if any, when balanced against the harm to the green belt, which the appeal proposal on the enlarged site, including the attenuation area within the green belt, would bring about. In those circumstances, this inappropriate development fails to bring forward very special circumstances which would justify the harm to the green belt. And in those circumstances, the local planning authority asks that this appeal be dismissed. I should briefly mention the other 6 reasons for refusal. I sensed in what was said on behalf of the appellant that there might be a fear on the appellant side of the case that the respondent authority would in this inquiry be seeking, if I may put it this way, to reintroduce some of the 6 other grounds of refusal by the back door. I can assure you, Madam, and I can assure the appellants that I will not be doing that. And it is common ground, both literally in the statement of common ground, but also so far as the conduct of this inquiry is concerned. That there will be no backtracking by the respondent in its non-resistant, if I can put it that way, no longer seeking to rely upon the 6 grounds of refusal that we have indicated we will not rely on. That is not going. So as far as the response is concerned, this is an inquiry about the impact on the green belt, and that is the only issue for you, Madam, as you indicated in your introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harlan. Okay, let's move on then with some of our interested parties. My idea is we'll run through the list in the order that I set out this morning. Keep to around about no more than 10 minutes per person, please. I think from the looks of it, that's not going to be a problem. So we'll run through them in order, but what I will do is we'll hear from a number, and then we'll probably take an adjournment, and then we'll probably come back and hear the rest, just so we can have a comfort break. All right, so if that suits everybody, and if I could ask you to come up and use the microphone, if you could, that would just help me and help everyone hear you as well. I hope that's not too much of an imposition, but if there is a problem, then just let me know. But if we could start then with Steve Clough, please. Welcome to the inquiry.
Thank you. Everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. There are many significant issues that cause me real concern as chair of the parish council in respect of this appeal. The independent sustainability appraisal of any DDC local plan published by Lepus Consulting in February 2018 placed this particular site in the amber category, commenting that it would endanger a significant increase in greenhouse gas emissions, would be inefficient land use, was outside the limits for GP services and hospitals, and I'd just like to note there that currently the doctor's surgery has a 1-month appointment waiting list, and we are told by the surgery that it is fully staffed. was close to and would adversely impact the setting of Grade 2 listed buildings, would alter the urban fringe and intrude into countryside, would disturb local wildlife sites, would potentially damage ancient hedgerows, trees and biodiversity, and was a mining high-risk area. All these issues highlighted within the sustainability appraisal have been shown to be true by the applicant's own expert reports. When more was known about this site as it is now, some aspects were given a green rating. Some aspects that were given a green rating would have been marked as red in the Greenbelt Review Evidence document, and in the sustainable review, the whole site would have been given a red rating. Killamarsh is talked about in planning terms as being one of the most sustainable small towns in the north of the district. This is possibly due to the proximity of South Yorkshire on the doorstep. However, Killamarsh itself does not meet any aspects of the sustainability without leaving the area by car. In the 2021 census, Killamarsh had a population of 9,261. Properties are currently identified as just over 4,000. The current estimate of properties in the process of being built are to be determined, including this application, adds 647 properties to the 4,000 within 10 years. Currently with planning permission and being built are 50 properties at Primrose Lane, recently given the go-ahead by appeal and raised from 30 in the local plan to 50 properties. Work has now started. 13 properties currently being built on Station Road, 13 properties currently being built on Ashley Lane, 10 properties currently being built on Manor Farm on Upperthorpe Road, which is close to this site, 9 properties being partially built on Rotherham Road with self-built finishing requirement, 22 properties being built on Woodhall Road, S&A Parsons at High Moor, and 13 properties just completed at Crofters Close, Boiler Lane. This site originally listed for 330 in the local plan and now amended to 397. 70 more properties in the local plan on Rotherham Road awaiting planning application. Would this be another site increased in numbers too when the application is submitted? These figures would be a percentage increase to the population of Killamarsh of 20.9%, based on a conservative average of 3 residents per household. Obviously, this would be much higher with a greater residential property. These figures would also be a percentage increase to properties of 16.2%. To the residents of Killamarsh, we are just a village, however, a small town by the current population numbers. And this kind of increase is not sustainable. It will just leave the village with high levels of instability in many areas to be raised by others. I would also like to place Killamarsh into the regional context. It is located northeast, top right-hand corner of northeast Derbyshire. It is important in the planning context because Killamarsh is unique in northeast Derbyshire, as it borders on Coatsmentis, can't pronounce it, sorry, with those of Sheffield City, Rotherham Borough, Chesterfield Borough, Bolsover District, and is very close to the border with Bassetlaw. Some traffic to or from these areas will inevitably pass through Killamarsh. This has never been considered in any of the evidence documents I have seen. There are more than 5,000 new homes being built or in the process of being built or with planning permission within a few miles of Killamarsh. 3,000 of them are within 3 miles of Killamarsh. Garden Village 2,000, Sheffield City 1,000 plus are halfway on Waterthorpe, and with more development at Maston Moor. According to the settlement hierarchy study and background evidence documents, maps, Killamarsh has the poorest town infrastructure, the smallest amount of green space, and the smallest amount of greenbelt protection in the northern towns. the worst public transport service by far, the poorest road network, the second worst air quality and worst employment enhancement capacity. Yet it has the largest housing allocation by far. Another issue is that newly opened Gulliver's Valley theme park, which was opened less than a mile from Killamarsh boundary. When fully opened, this will have 3 hotels, car parking for 1,600 vehicles on site. This application is responsible for the removal of more than 42 acres of land from the Killamarsh protected greenbelt, and yet the appellant proposes building attenuation ponds outside the settlement development limits on the small amount of greenbelt land that still remains in Killamarsh. It may be that Principal Planning Officer, Ms Chapman, as stated in a report dated 20th of the 1st 22, does not believe that the attenuation ponds are inappropriate development, but I and many Killamarsh citizens believe that this is when they already have 42 acres potentially available in which to build them without encroaching further into the greenbelt. The Coal Authority response dated 14th of the 1st 22 originally objected to the application because the applicant had not demonstrated that the application site is safe and stable in accordance with paragraphs 183 to 184 of the NPPF. This was later amended to acceptable with conditions by the Coal Authority, but they are only able to comment on recorded mine workings. There is a plethora of evidence of unrecorded mine workings underneath a significant part of the appeal site, all of which will require significant treatment and can still provide migration pathways for the mine gases known to be underneath the site. The Derbyshire Police Design Out Crime Officer comments response dated 28th of the 12/21 negatively on design flaws that increase rather than minimise opportunities for crime in the indicative design, commenting that it is currently unacceptable from a community safety perspective. The Ramblers Association, in a response dated 19th of the 12/21, states that the site fails to follow national and local government policies with respect to providing access to green spaces for all, and that the totally inadequate design and access statement does not refer to the important role that the site plays in connectivity and the wider footpath network, Ravel Valley Country Park and Cuckoo Way Canal side paths. The county archaeologist objected response dated 15th of the 12/21 to the application due to its non-compliance with the NPPF paragraph 194, and it does not meet the heritage information requirement. Although this has been superseded eventually by the provision of missing trenching plan for the archaeology exploration, this still might mean losing archaeology features represent a potentially medieval and prehistoric activity on this site. In a village formerly known as Chimewald Merez, which became Killamarsh, it is mentioned in the Domesday Book of 1086. The application does not either have an air quality assessment of a site-specific environment impact assessment in respect of the site, despite fulfilling the criteria requirement for both. These decisions were taken by officers working with the developers who have apparently ignored the evidence of contaminated land gas escapes and the immense damage that it will be caused to the environment in this locality and the needs and welfare of current residents. It's noted that the air quality assessment was a last-minute addition to this to the documents on the planning application in March 2023. However, there is still no environmental impact assessment. This is despite an admission in a document dated 30th of the 10th, 2018, within the external environmental impact assessment document that this is a significant extension to the settlement of Killamarsh. There is a landscape impacts on the highways network and localised amenity impacts. The same document comments, section 1E, that there are not considered to be any overriding concerns as regards contaminants or pollutants over and above any other developments of this scale proposed. Reports from Rogers Leeds Environment on behalf of the appellant describe the contamination in gas escapes shows to be wrong. Incorrect statements have been perpetuated through the local plan process to indicate that the appeal site is sustainable. It is as far away from Killamarsh as it possibly can be, i.e. not near to services or facilities. It has a poor, not a good public transport service, and there are no retail facilities on Westthorpe Fields Business Park. Few jobs likely to benefit the local economy. The ecology will be massively damaged, and the current residents will be significantly disadvantaged. This development has many other challenges. The developer says they can remediate. This may be partially true in some aspects, but some of their own experts state that not all issues can be remedied. Other objectors will talk about specifics. With so many negative issues all related to material planning issues, I ask that this appeal be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Johnson, please.
Inspector, the district council won't be trying to bring things into the back door. We are trying to bring some issues in through the front door. The lead concern.
Can I just check we sent it the comments?
Yes.
Pull those up.
Given what's been said this morning, there may be a few issues.
That's it, I haven't had those.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Because Killamarsh is classed as a tier 1 town in the local plan, it has become an irrevocable presumption that any development allocation within it will automatically become sustainable locations. This fallacy has been perpetuated about this specific location. It was even repeated as well. Okay. One of the prerequisites of sustainable development is having sufficient land of the right type in the right places. This particular site, located on former Greenbelt land, outside the settlement development limit as it was, is as far as it is possible to be outside of the main amenity and shopping area of Killamarsh. It's closer to the neighbouring village of Springhill than to Killamarsh. I challenge the assertion that the site KL1 is a sustainable development because of its failure to adequately fulfil any of the 3 strands of the sustainable requirement within the MPPL. I'll outline some relevant evidence. One of the issues that caused the council not to defend the other areas was the lack of evidence in certain respects that they had. We will try to provide such evidence to you. The economic role. Paragraph 8A of the MPPF covers the economic objective of sustainable development, stating that this can be achieved by building a strong, responsive economy by ensuring that sufficient land of the right type is available in the right places to support growth, innovation, and improve productivity, and by identifying and coordinating the provision of infrastructure. The NEDVC adopted local plan 2014-2034 states at paragraph 220, the district has a low jobs density and there is a need to provide employment locally in order to provide the opportunity for people to work close to where they live. Killamarsh has 4 employment sites protected and retained under the plan.
The Norwood Industrial Estate and Westhorpe Fields Business Park are the only protected employment areas in Killamarsh identified in the plan as having any expansion potential. The one closest to the appeal site, Westhorpe Fields Business Park, is the most modern of all the employment areas, although its only remaining development plot was taken last year, having been available for 11 years after a previous planning application lapsed. This site is now completely full. The Employment and Economic Topic Paper of December 17 decided that this location had poor access to local services and was not compatible with surrounding uses, whatever that means. The site at Norwood, which has most development land, draws the comment from the Aspinall Verde Employment Site Review Evidence Document 2017. However, feedback from the stakeholders suggests that the quality of the supply is generally low and investment is needed to improve the quality. Nothing is recorded in the infrastructure section of the plan concerning such investment or improvements. This site is described as being suitable for open air storage and dirty uses. It's also observed to be distant from most services which would encourage car use. The Norwood site has been available for development for 18 years since the local plan of 2005 was adopted. Paragraph 6.29 of the current local plan also comments that a satisfactory access cannot easily be achieved for the remainder of the land. The development of the site may also impinge on education and recreation land, whilst the Employment and Economic Topic Paper of 2017 also mentions its dated accommodation, its distance from the centre of Killamarsh due to its location at the edge of the settlement, and the restrictions caused by it being within a hazardous consent zone. It was awarded 13 points on the Aspinall Verde scoring system, ensuring a RAD-rated score as red, being not likely to be available for 10 to 15 years. Scores of 13 are almost the lowest on the scoring sheet, and the site scoring at least 11 points, not in Killamarsh, is described as not considered to be suitable for employment use allocation. How can two such sites, when coupled with the lack of employment opportunities in the whole of Killamarsh and having no planned infrastructure enhancement, contribute to building a strong, responsive and competitive economy as required by the NPPF 2018-8A and policy SS1C, which wishes to locate development where there is access to a broad range of jobs, services and facilities which are accessible by foot, cycle or public transport with reduced reliance on the private car. You will hear about sustainable transport issues. The other two specific retained employment sites in Killamarsh are old, generally dilapidated, outdated and or full. No infrastructure enhancements are planned. This is according to the background evidence document. Policy N1 of the plan speaks of supporting improvements compatible with their local employment. Policy SS2-5 says that new employment should be focused on protected employment areas. The four specified sites fulfill neither of these requirements. This is particularly interesting as the plan's strategic employment objective can take significant employment opportunities in the M1 corridor, Markham, the A61 growth corridor, Windworth, and the strategic employment sites, none of which are relevant, local, or proximate to Killamarsh. There are also areas where infrastructure, these are also the areas where infrastructure improvements will be targeted, not in Killamarsh. As you will hear, the bus service in the area of the appeal site is poor, not good, with only one route which does not stop near to the site, providing an hourly commuter service. The proposed sustainable transport policy is viable on paper, but totally impractical in the real world. The only viable alternative will be the use of the private car or a taxi. This is supported by the North East Derbyshire Economic Profile 2011 report by Costas Georgiou, which states that paragraph 3.7.3. Nevertheless, partly due to the lack of job vacancies in the district, a high number of people commute out of the district, putting pressure on the local road network. Further support comes from the sustainability appraisal of the North East Derbyshire Core Strategy Housing Options Paper, May 2012, prepared by Lapus Consulting, which states in respect of all proposed Killamarsh development, paragraph 2.5.4, it is considered to be likely that the majority of new residents will be out commuting for employment opportunities in larger settlements such as Sheffield and Chesterfield. All available evidence would suggest that there is little likelihood of any significant employment opportunities being created in Killamarsh, thereby significantly increasing out commuting with commensurate pollution. These commuters will be using the Killamarsh Road network describing the Strategic Transport Issue Report of 2010 as having poor links to the Strategic Road Network for general access, and in reference to traffic travelling south towards the M1 from Killamarsh, it quotes, I quote, routes to junction 30 of the M1, Chesterfield and the south are minor roads. The same report also comments that national transport policy is now directly linked to the climate change agenda. This means that the reduction of CO2 emissions is a key element of transport policy. Nothing has improved in terms of the Killamarsh roads during the last 13 years. In fact, the situation has deteriorated. The appellant's assertion that the creation of employment opportunities during the construction phase will support the local economy and therefore must be given substantial weight. This is laughable. Major construction companies employ previously tried and trusted teams of subcontractors wherever they are working. There may be labouring jobs or other lower skilled employment available, but nothing that will improve the economic regeneration of Killamarsh or improve the district's skills profiles as intended by paragraph 6.2 of the local plan. Equally, their comments that the receipt of new homes bonus and council tax revenue will provide economic benefits is equally disingenuous. It will not be of any major benefit to Killamarsh specifically, as this is not ring-fenced going into the central council pot. There is no guarantee of any benefit accruing to Killamarsh, never mind any lasting benefit in terms of regeneration. Again, the appellant suggests that this should be given substantial weight. Such money will be allocated to the strategic targets already identified, and this does not accord with the regeneration of town's aspiration of the local, certainly in respect to Killamarsh. As previously stated, known and recorded infrastructure planners at both district and county level show nothing of any substance whatsoever planned for Killamarsh or its environment. Inspector Houseman stated at paragraph 3 in her letter dated the 18th of February 2019 to the NEDC Planning Policy Manager, the availability of local employment opportunities is important for the sustainability of the town. This was actually in respect of Dromfield, but exactly the same situation applies to Killamarsh. In consequence, the lack of local employment opportunities is the need to out-commute because of an unviable sustainable transport policy will ensure a significant increase in the use of private vehicles, clogging inadequate roads and damaging air quality even further. The social objective, paragraph 8b of the NPPF, refers to the need for strong, vibrant, healthy communities to meet the needs of present and future generations by fostering well-designed, beautiful and safe places with accessible services and open spaces that reflect current and future needs and support communities' health, social and cultural well-being. The open fields of this location provide a valued local recreational space for current residents when using the 5 public footpaths across the site for exercise, nature watching and dog walking. You will hear more of this from another speaker. The removal of a well-used open space in a town that is acknowledged in sustainable evidence documents to have insufficient such space will demonstrably fail to support communities' health, social and cultural well-being, particularly the current need. Killamarsh is described in the local plan as having the least green space available within the 4 main towns, 1.57 hectares per 1,000 residents, although Dromfield has insufficient green space, but more than Killamarsh. Claycross and Eckington, the other 2 principal towns, have the average of 3.48 and 3.3 respectively, more than double that of Killamarsh. Yet Killamarsh is to have even more important, well-used green space removed for development, thus exacerbating the current poor situation. Off-site compensation for sporting purposes or recreation is to be provided more than 2 kilometres from the site or in the smaller portion of existing currently functioning greenbelt land adjoining the site. This site has proved to be extremely valuable both historically, with a settlement recorded in the Domesday Book of 1086 for agricultural purposes, and during the COVID pandemic in maintaining the mental health of local people by enabling them to walk the footpaths on site whilst enjoying the excellent views in safety. Inspector Housden, in her final letter, 19th of the 7th, 21, in relation to the site, during the examination of the local plan, stated that public rights of way crossing the site are an important beneficial use of the Greenbelt. Policy ID 7, Greenways and Public Rights of Way, states the loss of the ROW will not be permitted unless equivalent alternative provision is made. This is not the case in the indicative plan for this proposed development, including the multiplicity of recent amendments, which will be significantly detrimental to the existing footprint. The main facilities, including supermarkets at Killamarsh, such as they are far distant from this site's location, some 2 kilometres distant. The Strategic Transport Issues Report at Table 4.4.9 states that Bromfield, Brassmore, Eckington, Playcross, Wingleworth, Tupton, and North Wingfield all have nearby facilities within the 2 kilometre walking threshold. There is no mention of Killamarsh within this list. One strategic facility is the doctor's surgery on Sheffield Road. Demand is great for this surgery, with service provision deteriorating rapidly. Recently published figures, as reported by the appellant's representative, show that the Killamarsh practice has 8,693 registered patients and 2.8 doctors, giving a ratio of 1 doctor to 3,105 patients. The average for Derbyshire is 1,203 patients. With another 1,000 patients approximately added to the list, this will give a doctor-patient ratio of 1 to 3,462. A study of social media will show how poorly the current service is perceived. An additional 1,000 patients will not make things better. Despite the 190,656 in Section 106 monies being sought. Whilst there is no strict doctor-to-patient ratio nationally, the practical difficulties of this imbalance should be considered. The consulting response from Dr. Richards of the Derbyshire Clinical Commissioning Group states that this money should be split between 4 surgeries, 4 local surgeries. The Killamarsh Medical Practice, the Valleys Medical Practice at Eckington, with a much smaller housing allocation than Eckington, the Emmett Carr Surgery at Renishaw, and the Barbara Medical Practice, the Renishaw side. Renishaw has no housing allocation. If the Section 106 money was split 4 ways, it would provide each practice with 47,000 odd each, which is a one-off payment, which would allow a tiny building extension, but would not fund an additional receptionist with on costs, never mind an additional cost. Space in the Killamarsh surgery is not an issue, staffing levels are. There's another option from the Derbyshire Integrated Care Board with more Section 106 money being asked for. And it seems to be talking about the same places. They don't appear to have spoken to each other. A letter from this Integrated Care Board that the Barbara practice says that the Barbara practice falls within the area identified as Bolsover District Northern A, which is on the high priority list for the county. It could be that the lion's share of this money it provided would be allocated to the Barbara practice, leaving even less to the other 3. A contribution on behalf of the appellants, Sportford solicitors, suggested that the 4 local practices mentioned are all receiving new patients, and it would be suitable for Killamarsh residents to travel to any one before. Being registered as a patient and getting an appointment, as you've heard from Councillor Clough, are 2 entirely different issues. This will also exacerbate the use of private cars considerably. The only dental surgery in Killamarsh has not been accepting new patients for a number of years due to capacity issues. Whilst there is apparently space within the 3 primary and 1 secondary schools serving Killamarsh, the situation is far more complex than a mathematical calculation, which is what it is. Available places are worked out on the square footage of area for schools.
And just to give you a mark, you've been about 20 minutes there.
Right.
20 minutes there. So at this rate, we're going to be taking 4 to 5 hours.
Yes, I think mine's one of the longer ones, I'm sure. So
I think the next one's 8 pages and the other is 6. So just bear that in mind.
yes, indeed. I've said the NED infrastructure plan has enhancement plans for Dronfield, Playcross, the A61 corridor, the M1 corridor and Windworth, but nothing in respect of Killamarsh, which has the largest housing allocation. There are even plans to enhance the bus service from Marsh Lane, Colaston and Playcross, but not Killamarsh, which has the worst service of the Tier 1 towns. This is very good. The environmental role, paragraph 8C of the NPPF requires development to protect and enhance our natural, built and historic environment, including making effective use of land, improving biodiversity. In terms of flora and fauna, the development of site KL1 will be an ecological disaster. To put this site into perspective, it can be compared in one respect to the Haddon Hall Medieval Park in Derbyshire. A recent survey of birds in the medieval park identified 58 different species of bird used in the park, 12 of which were on the RSPB endangered red list on their 187 hectare site. The Westhorpe site has 66 different species of bird, with 15 of them on the red list on a 17 hectare site. Some habitats will inevitably be lost, and the erection of 30 bird boxes and 30 bat boxes beside busy roads is arguably inadequate replacement. Habitat loss cannot be mitigated according to Access Ecology. Policy SD4 of the plan requires the protection or enhancement of all sites of biogeodiversity, together with sites providing habitats for priority and protected species. The developer's own experts, Access Ecology, admit there will be significant damage caused to ecology at the site location. This will include habitat loss, disturbance and damage to habitats, pollution from dust, spoil and runoffs, fragmentation and isolation of habitats, and disturbance, injury, or death to fauna. This does not seem like enhancement to me. A current functioning greenway will be removed and replaced by tree-lined new trees and new bushes beside a main east-west thoroughfare of the site. This site is not sustainable development in terms of either the NPPF or a number of NEDC policies, which I've outlined in the document you have in respect to, so I won't repeat them. So I would suggest this site is unsustainable in accordance with the NPPF, unsuitable and unwanted. Please deny this.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Right.
Right. Apologies. I know you may feel you want to clap, but I'm not going to clap or boo people, and I expect everyone else to just listen. Thank you. Right. Now, I think we could take a break now. But yes, we have had quite a bit in those two representations. So if there is any overlap or repetition, if you could just consult your notes for when we come back. Obviously, a good point made once is a good point made 10 times. It's the same point. So just bear that in mind, please. Okay, let's take a brief break, and then we'll be coming back with Alan Whittaker to start. So if we can come back at 11:45, please. Thank you. Okay, that's 11:55. So if we can review this one.
Thank you. So I challenge this appeal due to the certainty of significant increases in road traffic generation along the Upperthorpe country road network surrounding the site and the associated decrease in air quality. I believe this planning application contravenes the following policies in North East Derbyshire Local Plan 2014-2024. Policy SS1, paragraph C, which refers to locating development where there is access to a broad range of jobs, services and facilities which are accessible by foot, cycle or public transport with reduced reliance on the private car. Policy SDC12, paragraph F, which refers to creating well-connected places that are easy to move around and which give priority first to pedestrians and cycle movements, and second, where possible, facilitate access to public transport. Policy ID2, paragraphs 1A, C, and D, which refer to improving existing highway and rail networks to improve connectivity, minimising and mitigating any harmful impacts on the environment and the communities of local communities, and making safe and proper provision for the movement of pedestrians, cyclists, and public transport. Policy ID3, paragraphs 1, 2, B and C, and 3, which refer to seeking to maximise walking, cycling, and the use of public transport for the location and design of the new development with the aim of reducing congestion and improving air quality and health, and requiring the promotion of sustainable travel by improvements to existing pedestrian, cycle, and public transport services, and provision of new walking and cycling routes, where new routes should provide direct links to new existing footpaths, cycle networks, and local facilities, and the optimising of the existing highway network to prioritise walking, cycling, public transport, and other forms of sustainable travel. Policy ID4, paragraph A, which refers to the development proposals involving the provision, expansion, or improvement of social infrastructure facilities where permitted, where they are accessible by public transport, walking, and cycling. The proposed framework travel plan, or TP, which has been constructed by WIG for the appellant and reinforced by the appellant solicitor in the appeal documentation, has been put forward as a sustainable transport plan. Paragraph 2.1.4 of this TP, the developer states, the key to making TPs work is the actual location of the development and its proximity to local facilities and services essential for everyday life. It goes on to state, the site is located within accessible walking distance of a number of amenities and facilities. A wide range of leisure, employment and retail facilities can be reached within a 2 kilometre walk of the site when using public footpaths or rights of way. So I would challenge these things with the following. The proposed development will cause the diversion, complete removal or merging of 5 well-used public footpaths in the development site. The summary of the facilities and services within the local plan of Killamarsh. Killamarsh is placed in the last place when compared to the other Tier 1 settlements. In reality, the wide range of leisure, employment and retail facilities described in the TP is not so varied or diverse. 40.9% of the facilities provide hair and beauty products, and 25% are fast food outlets. And these services are also remote from the site. While I do not dispute that the site is located approximately 2 kilometres from the centre of Killamarsh, due to the topography of the area, I would dispute that this is an acceptable walk for the average person. I would refer to the evidence submitted in objection to this application, which highlights a significant change in elevation and associated grading of the route to the village centre in the development plan. It's completely unreasonable to assert that people would make that commute by foot or cycle as opposed to driving in their private car. I propose to the Madam Inspector to walk to the village centre from the proposed development site, as this may assist in making an accurate assessment as to whether people would make that journey by foot or cycle. The Chartered Institute of Highways and Transport published Planning for Walking in April 2015, which stated that most people will walk if their destination is less than a mile away, with a typical catchment area of around 800 metres or a 10-minute walk. This is further supported by the Department for Transport Manual of Streets in 2007, which states in paragraph 4.4.1 on page 44 that walkable neighbourhoods are typically characterised by having a range of facilities within 10 minutes or up to 800 metres walking distance of residential areas, which residents may access comfortably on foot. In relation to this proposed development, the aspects of distance, time, and comfortability of any walk to the local facilities must have regard to the topography of the local area referred to previously. The developer's planning statement states that walking to Killamarsh will increase activity levels through this area of settlement and will provide new and improved connectivity, particularly to pedestrians. In turn, this will contribute towards a greater sense of safety for residents. Research undertaken by Open Design East Midlands for Killamarsh 2035, a vision for the village, states the layout of the 20th century housing areas includes many footpaths and alleyways that vary in condition and use. Many are either poorly maintained or suffer from antisocial behaviour because of absence of natural surveillance. Footpaths from the proposed development site would need to join the existing poor network of footpaths to allow residents to reach the village centre. These footpaths are very poorly illuminated, badly maintained and enclosed. For these reasons, I do not allow my children to use these footpaths, and I myself will certainly refrain from using them when there is a limited daylight, which of course is for a significant period of the year. They clearly do not offer a safe and viable route to the local communities, and would also certainly not be used by any future residents of this proposed development site. No plans have been suggested or put forward by the developer to improve the situation. Therefore, their statement relating to the improved connectivity and resident safety is fundamentally flawed. The final report, compiled by Inspector Houston in relation to North East Derbyshire's local plan, states that due to the site's topography and distance from the services and facilities on Sheffield Road, it is not in the optimal location to access local services and facilities by walking and cycling. Despite my belief this is a gross understatement, I do agree with the principality of their statement. However, further on in the report, it states 5 bus services run along Upperthorpe Road and Green Lane and Westport Road. I would challenge the statement as being woefully inaccurate for the following reasons. The bus stop on Upperthorpe Road, referred to in the inspector's report as being the closest to the proposed development site, is used by school buses only and not by public transport, as alluded to. The only public bus route which goes down Green Lane is the number 74. It is very irregular, terminates at Crystal Beach Shopping Centre. I will going to elaborate on how unsuitable this service is later on. Although a bus route does go down Stinkville Road, there's no stops on this road. The nearest bus stop on the number 80 public bus route is around 10-minute walk away from the nearest respective edges of the proposed development site, and probably a significantly greater distance from other areas of the site, which is hardly what could be described as easily accessible. The number 80 service, which runs between Sheffield and Chesterfield, which is therefore the only service which connects Killamarsh to the closest urban developments, is an hourly service. It takes the commuter 1 hour to transit from Sheffield or Chesterfield from Killamarsh. Due to the limited employment opportunities as alluded to previously within Killamarsh, it's highly likely that residents will be required to commute to one of these areas for work. The timetable for this service is such that for an individual commuting to either Sheffield or Chesterfield to work a 9 to 5 shift would have to leave home at around 7:30 AM and would not be able to return home until about 7:30 p.m, which is a 12-hour day. Therefore, it's highly unlikely that anyone would use this mode of transport for their commute to work and instead would use a private car. I prefer the evidence submitted in opposition to this appeal to support the very poor public transport network supporting Killamarsh and indeed the proposed development site. Within the settlement hierarchy study, released for local plan submission, public transport in Killamarsh scored 26 points, which is by far the smallest score within the Tier 1 settlements. Within other towns scoring in the mid to high 40s, Killamarsh score equates to far smaller settlements within the district, with around a fifth of the current population of Killamarsh. The appellant has sought to showcase the current availability of public transport facilities which service Killamarsh in their framework travel plan. However, myself, as a layperson with no in-depth knowledge of the planning system, have easily managed to identify numerous and significant errors in their submissions. This begs the question, what issues would someone with a detailed understanding of the planning process, which is yourself, Mark, be able to uncover? It's of note that the framework travel plan has been undertaken by a Manchester-based firm with no knowledge, no local knowledge, and based on their submissions within the report, do not appear to have stepped foot in Killamarsh, and instead of undertaking a desktop-based exercise to compile their report. This is supported by their only baseless allegation, where these were derived from erroneous data. This framework travel plan was also undertaken in 2018, 5 years ago, and I can attest to the fact that since then the public bus services in and around Killamarsh have only deteriorated further. Within the framework travel plan submitted by the appellant, there's an illustration of the bus network within Killamarsh. This is labelled Plan 6. This illustration can only be termed as a catalogue of factually incorrect nonsense. There are 8 bus routes detailed on Plan 6. Quite a simple search on the internet using travels.southyorkshire.com and bustimes.org have identified the following. The bus routes 123, 128, 129, 134 and 138 are all school buses. Their sole purpose is to pick up school children only and take them to Eckington School or Wales School and then return them at the end of the school day. These buses cannot be used by members of the general public. I know this, my children and their friends use these bus services. Bus route T6 doesn't seem to exist. I can't find it anywhere. Bus route 70/72 also doesn't seem to exist unless the appellant is referring to bus service in Doncaster, which doesn't come close to Sheffield, let alone Killamarsh. Bus route 74, which I alluded to earlier, does exist. And out of all the bus routes detailed on Plan 6, which exists, is also a public bus. However, this bus only goes to Bristol Beach Shopping Centre and not to any of the major urban settlements outside of Killamarsh, which might offer employment opportunities to any prospective residents of this proposed development. It also only runs along Green Lane and Westport Road, so would not be practicable for anyone from the eastern half of the proposed development site. I would also not describe this service as regular, as it runs every 2 hours. Also, it would not be suitable for an individual to travel to work, even if they worked in Bristol Beach, as the earliest service to Killamarsh on Monday up to Friday is at 10:53 a.m. and the latest return leg arriving back into Killamarsh is at 16:05. I'll now move on to Plan 2, which is another illustration contained within the framework development plan, which purports to show the location of bus stops around the proposed development site. There's no doubt there are indeed bus stops where they are shown on this figure. However, this is not displayed in the context of what, if any, public bus services service the bus stop. For instance, the bus stops highlighted on Upperthorpe Road opposite Fanny Avenue are only served by school buses. The bus stops highlighted on Green Lane are only served by the number 74 bus, which, as we discussed earlier, is Bristol Beach. And as discussed previously, the bus stops for the number 80 bus are located much farther down Upperthorpe Road or on Hut Lane. And due to the topography of the area and the distance of the bus stop from the proposed development site, it's very hard to sell to suggest that these are accessible to prospective residents living closest to these stops, let alone those residing on the western side of the site. I find it disgraceful that the applicant submits such wrong information in support of their proposed development being sustainable and capable of being accessible by public transport. I would urge the inspector to interrogate the appellant's claims, as I have done so, in regards to the availability of public transport supporting the proposed development, to determine for themselves the validity of the claims put forward by the appellant. The proposed development site is located on land formerly in the Greenbelt area and so was located at the very extremity of Killamarsh, so it could not be any farther from the local communities and facilities in the village centre. As agreed by Inspector Easton at the local plan examination hearings, the walking and cycling options are barely viable. It's also clear that the public transport options are totally inadequate, and so the only option available for residents is travel by private car. This completely contradicts paragraph 2.2.2 of the travel framework travel plan, which alleges will provide a better environment within the site and its immediate environment as the vehicular movements will be minimised. Evidence within the local plan-based documents show that 80% of the economic benefit occurring as a result of shopping by Killamarsh residents currently goes to Sheffield. So with no economic benefit to Killamarsh, just the chaos caused by a significant inflow of additional residents. Commuters wanting to travel by private car through the village significantly exacerbates the already heavy congestion to the main arterial routes. Even if residents were to use the super tram to travel to Sheffield, they would still be required to travel these congested routes by car, as the nearest stop is located some 2 miles away. The opening green lane to enable a wider road visibility display has been proposed. While this is good in theory, much of the road will require widening, as the dangers posed by road users is not outside of the proposed development site entrance, but some 100 metres north of the entrance, where significant on-street parking along a blind bend is the only option for local residents, and a very similar safety challenge occurs some 200 metres further along at Westport Road. The proposal for a sustainable transport plan is perfect in theory, while playing lip service to national policy, but is totally incapable of practical application without massive investment in infrastructure changes. It can never work due to difficulties discussed and will create significant more commuter traffic, which the local road network is incapable of accommodating. It will also further diminish the poor air quality in the area. I'd like to make reference to the following previous appeal decisions, which I'm not going to list for the sake of time, but you obviously got them. So I'll summarise. The development contravenes great many policies in the North East Irish local plan 2014 to 2034, which relate to sustainable transport. Then being policy SS1, paragraph C, policy SDC 12, paragraph F, policy ID2, paragraph 1, A, C, and D, policy ID3, 1, 2, B, C, and 3, and policy ID4, paragraph A. So I'd ask, therefore, based on the argument before you, to uphold the council's decision to refuse this planning application. It's not wanted by the residents of Killamarsh, it's not needed by the residents of Killamarsh, and it's not suitable for the development of Killamarsh. I thank you for letting me on myself.
Thank you, Mr. Whittaker. On that evidence, please. Open to the inquiry.
Like to challenge this appeal in the strongest possible terms. In addition to the other reasons you've heard here today and will hear, I'd also like to highlight some of the dangers and misery to the local residents that this development and the unavoidable traffic it will bring. First of all, I'd like to take objection to some of the points made in section 3 of the Transport Statement of Common Ground document between the appellant and the council. Some of these grievance being fundamentally untrue, and I think serious questions needed to be asked about why these statements have been agreed by the council in the first place. It would appear from the documents submitted, the council have not conducted their own independent traffic survey or assessment and simply accepted that which has been put forward by the appellant's expert, whose job it is to present a positive spin on the impact the development will have, with no independent or opposing expert opinion challenging their submissions on the development of this scale. It's quite a mess. As mentioned by Alan, the purely desktop surveys and predictions which have been put forward simply do not reflect the reality and the practicality that residents deal with on a daily basis. Whilst I'm sure the predicted 2,000 plus additional daily car journeys that the appellants have quoted, those journeys will, the journeys this development will bring can be matched to an acceptable level on one of the many charts and tables. However, if these cars were to be passing their house or down their local narrow roads, then I'm sure that view of what's acceptable may well be different. In the matters of agreement in section 3.1, it calls out that they've agreed that it satisfies local plan policies in relation to transport and highways, as already been mentioned, SDC 12, ID 2 and 3. ID2, because the ID2 states new transport and infrastructure will be permitted provided it provides necessary to improve the existing highway or rail network. This development does neither to improve the existing highway, quite the opposite in fact, and neither does improve connectivity. 1B, support economic growth. This has already been mentioned previously. 3, minimise and mitigate any harmful impact to the environment and the amenity of the local community. Concreting over a green and wildlife diverse hillside, ripping out ancient hedgerows and trees, destroying established animal habitats and minimising and mitigating harmful impact on the environment. Again, quite the opposite. And at the same time, destroying the valued amenity used heavily by the local community. Similarly, in policy ID3, these are they've been stated that they've been agreed. Point 1, the council will seek to maximise walking and cycling. Again, this development clearly fails that point. 2A, the proposals for major development will be required to promote sustainable travel through the necessary interventions and through appropriate transport statements and assessments, including site-specific and area-wide travel demand measures. The transport assessment conducted by WIG and Tetra Tech is from September 2017, almost 6 years old. National guidance recommends that transport assessments include recent counts surveyed within the past 3 years. This has not been done. Why not? 2B suggests improvements of public transport. Again, this has not been done. Point 5 in the statement of agreement, it says, with respect to Green Lane, the proposed widening addresses the issues. Traversing Green Lane is particularly dangerous due to the sweeping position at both ends of the road. The residents park their cars and vans all the way up the road. Visibility is restricted at both ends, so cars have to pull out, make the journey without knowing whether anything is coming, often resulting in meeting head-on with vehicles, quite often resulting in one or more vehicles reversing. Photos and evidence that have been submitted in evidence documenting this. This is a frequent daily occurrence for residents, as a large number of the 400 objections will have attested to. The appellants have proposed a widening of the road, but this will not remedy it, since it still does not give sufficient width for larger cars and vehicles passing each other without crossing the nose of the junction, or for the cars travelling up and down. They still will not have a clear view of the road due to the curvature. With Westthorpe Business Park at the bottom of the hill, and a number of manufacturing and logistics firms based there, there are large lorries that are constant up and down Green Lane and into Killamarsh and beyond. Conveniently, the plan also fails to highlight the fact that at the top of the hill, the houses on Green Lane on the development side still present a narrow pinch point which nothing can be done about, and residents are parked full length up Green Lane. And those two properties are built right onto the boundary of the road. The experts witnessed single visit to Green Lane. These observations of traffic should be given little credence compared to the hundreds of residents who witness and experience this daily and have attested to in their objections. Upperthorpe Road, one of the site exits proposes to exit on Upperthorpe Road near to a sharp bend close to Manor Road. This stretch of road was considered an alternative exit for new development of 26 houses on Fanny Avenue. The application numbers in the document. But those proposed plans for the exit were rejected by the council, documented in their minutes, on safety grounds, amongst others. And as this particular stretch of road was subject to 30 mile an hour, is within a few yards of the end of the 50 mile an hour limit. The speed at which the vehicles travel along this section and the fact that cars will be exiting the site from the hill start due to topography will make this junction particularly challenging. This section of road has had no plan changes since that application, so it's interesting how it can be deemed unacceptable for development of 26 houses, but now suddenly acceptable for 114 times the size. Upperthorpe Road also, Upperthorpe also suffers from bottlenecks approaching the junction with Westthorpe Road, again due to on-road parking and lack of visibility. This effectively turns the road into single carriageway, meaning only single cars can pass up and down at one time, and again providing poor visibility for cars turning right out of Westthorpe Road onto Upperthorpe Road. There are some other points, but I'll skip over those. Westthorpe Road, again, it's not only the immediate roads from the site which are not suitable. Sections of Westthorpe Road heading into the village present dangerous single traffic bottlenecks due to necessary on-street parking and blind bends. Again, photo evidence and video have been submitted. This busy section of road is pedestrians who basically walk along that section to get to the proposed site, the dog walking or to the pub at the end of the road, and cars are often seen mounting the pavement to get past one another when they meet each other head on, rather than reversing. Conveniently, no mention of this has been made in any of the transport assessments or surveys. The High Street, so the section coming from Upperthorpe Road down towards the village, again, only allows a long section of the road, only allows a single line of traffic due to on-street parking. Daily cars can be seen mounting the pavement or queuing to get past one another when they meet head on. Hundreds of additional cars during peak times will cause absolute chaos on this section, already fractured section of road. Residents have no option but to park their cars on this section of road as it's terraced housing, and there's no option to provide off-street parking. Again, footage has been submitted. Sheffield Road, commuting in and out of the village is a nightmare at peak times. Travel survey conducted almost 6 years ago as part of the initial application painted a completely inaccurate picture and at odds with present day traffic volumes and conditions. Tailbacks on the road into and out of the village are awful on most days during peak times, and additional several hundred cars added to that will only exacerbate the situation. Frequent roadworks on the narrow bridge, which actually prevents large vehicles passing one another, leading in and out of the village, brings the entire surrounding network to a grinding halt regularly. Again, I have submitted photos and video evidence of this. Other items around access to local facilities and bus accessibility have already been covered. Local infrastructure. So with all this additional traffic to the village to use the amenities, where are they going to park? Existing parking availability is already at capacity. There's 7 spaces on Bridge Street at the lower end of Sheffield Road, and this already causes bottlenecks with drivers fearful of passing due to the lack of space. So it's quite narrow at the bottom of that street compared to the top. The 10 or so spaces behind Co-op are almost full. Photo evidence has been submitted. I think that's from a random Tuesday morning, mid-morning, all spaces taken. The Audi car park at normal times is full to capacity, and residents are already using the leisure centre car park as a means to park their vehicles. And a small car park at the bottom of Bridge Street is again constantly full. So all these extra people coming to the village will not have anywhere to park to be able to use the actual facilities, the hairdressers and the takeaways of the match. There's numerous case precedents as well. I won't read out the numbers. We've got those, but again, the previous other planning inspectors have upheld appeal decisions for refusing planning applications based on sustainable transport and traffic issues. So I'll read a few sections. That's okay. The introduction of 12 new dwellings would add substantially to private car traffic and a number of journeys into nearby towns. In my view, residents would be heavily reliant on private motor transport. I would opt to use private cars rather than more sustainable modes of transport for trips to and from the shops, school, work, healthcare, and leisure, and other day-to-day services. Accordingly, I consider the scheme would likely give rise to significant reliance on private transport. Furthermore, there is no compelling evidence to suggest the proposal would enhance the vitality of the rural community. That was one appeal that was rejected. Another appeal that was rejected. On the other hand, the framework seeks to make efficient use of lands optimal for the use of the potential site. Regard is given to the scope to limit future car use and the desirability of maintaining the area's prevailing character. The proposal would harm the character and appearance of the landscape, causing the urbanising encroachment into the countryside. The majority of journeys by future occupiers will be undertaken by private car, and there will be unacceptable risk in terms of highway safety. These factors conflict with the policies within the framework taken as a whole and attract a great weight of appeal. Great weight against the appeal and indicate there would be. The balance of consideration places the benefit from the provision of housing against the cumulative environmental harms arising from the development. When considered in the round, the extent of the environmental harm indicates the proposal would not be sustainable development, and the adverse impacts of granting permissions would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policy framework taken as a whole. So there are a couple of others. I won't read all of them. We've got them there. So basically, I did also want to call out that the local 5-year housing plan supply statement 2022, North East Derbyshire has 6.94 years supply. This excludes this application. So this site is not needed. It's not an immediate requirement. So finally, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, this development contravenes a number of policies that have been documented and are documented in the submitted statements. I therefore ask, based on the arguments, these to uphold the council's decision to refuse planning application. This development, again, is not wanted by the residents, it's not needed, and it's not suitable. Those are the points I wanted to make about traffic. I do just have like a little.
It's been about 30 minutes.
Can I just say that I think this application, if this application was for a village where we had there was a dying high street, we had the facilities, there was a lack of employment, all of that, you wouldn't have the objections. This is simply a case of the council wanting to meet their housing quota, and an unscrupulous developer who just wants to get as much money for their land as possible without regards for the local residents and the wider community. It's not a case of people being NIMBYs and a few houses being built next door to them. This is fundamentally taken out a huge section of beautiful countryside that is well used and well liked. We hope you can see it for that, and we will reject this appeal.
Okay, thanks very much. Ian Thompson.
We are facing serious troubles with climate change. Demand for parks and open spaces is likely to increase with warmer winters and hotter dry summers. There are likely to be a number of social, health and environmental benefits. Nothing now to create well-shaded green spaces and community woodland areas. This is the issue about which I would ask the inspector to take serious consideration in making the final decision. NEDDC local development scheme took effect over 6 March this year. Supplementary planning documents add further detail to the policies in the local plan. They can be used to provide further guidance for development on specific sites or on particular issues such as design. Supplementary planning documents are a material consideration in planning decisions, but are not part of development plan. Supplementary planning document, recreation and open space states in the introduction point 1.4, the overall objective to the supplementary planning documents is to contribute to sustainable development objectives by providing facilities that are accessible by means other than the private car. This will never happen because of the proximity of the proposed development and the geography of Killamarsh to other facilities in the village. The other is support sustainable development objectives by protecting open spaces that contribute to the form and character of settlements and the wider landscape, the enhancement of biodiversity and natural resources, the health of communities and the quality of life. The proposed major development, which is successful at this appeal, will simply do the opposite, destroying the biodiversity, totally changing the character of Killamarsh, and generally have a negative impact on the quality of life for the residents. The paragraph informal recreation facilities 4.4, informal recreation and open space, not only defines and separates urban areas and promotes visual amenity, it also provides habitats for flora and fauna and promotes health and well-being. The Council seeks to protect all forms of informal recreation provisions from inappropriate development, which is this proposed development. Paragraph urban green spaces 4.5, urban green spaces describe larger informal open spaces as contributory to the form and character of the settlement, often providing a pleasant setting of view. The Council seeks to protect urban green spaces from development that would be detrimental to the openness, character, and/or appearance of the site and its ability to contribute to the character of the settlement. Just according to this paragraph, the development should be not allowed. On 14 January 2022, Port Authority Planning Liaison Manager responded to the planning application 21/01481/FL, which is just on the other side of Green Lane, that the Port Authority has fundamental concerns about this planning application. In his words, and I quote, "I have reviewed the proposals and confirmed that the application site falls within the defined development high-risk area. The Port Authority reports indicate that within the application site and surrounding area, there are coal mining features and hazards which needs to be considered in relation to the determination of this planning application, specifically probable shallow coal mine working," end of quote. Because of the close proximity to the development this inquiry is about, I strongly believe that this statement relates also to the concerned area of new development. The new development, if it will be successful, will bring about 1,000 plus new residents. From the suggested plan, I guess that most of them will be families with children. Therefore, last year I contacted the head teachers of all 3 schools in Killamarsh, asking how this development, if approved, would affect their school, positively or negatively. I got replies from 2, St. John's schools, which is the nearest to the proposed development, and Killamarsh Infant and Nursery School, which is on the other side of Killamarsh. To my question, if the school is currently able to take more pupils, Killamarsh Infant School replied their current capacity is 180 pupils, and school was extended by 140. These numbers changed this year to 118 pupils years R2, but there are also further 31 children in nursery. Despite children attending nursery classes are accounted separately, they need classrooms. So the capacity of Killamarsh Infant for years R2 is directly the same as last year, whose 12 classrooms. But St. John's School informed me that the school is oversubscribed, currently unable to accommodate an increase to pupil numbers without capital investment to add 2 classes. The school is currently oversubscribed, and the current admission criteria relating to distance from home to school means that the proposed site would be further away than the current cutoff. Applications for St. Giles from this side will therefore, if the published admission number remains 45, be unsuccessful, and they would need to travel to a further away school to gain a place. When closer applicants then this had been refused. They made this point at appeals, citing the unfairness of traveling distance, proximity to friends in the area who attend a different closest school, and so on. I was provided with the information that also Immaculate Conception School in Springhill is also oversubscribed. The school in Springhill is Catholic primary school, and St. Giles Primary School, Church of England School, which could cause a problem for parents who don't wish their children to be taught in a religiously orientated school. This consequently will bring more problems with traffic, as they would need to bring their children to the other end of Killamarsh or further away. The head teacher from Killamarsh Infant School on Sheffield Road, the east to west route, so Killamarsh, said the school has concerns about the school crossing and volumes of traffic, congestion, and pupil safety regarding the road. Ms. Nola, in her report statement, is concentrating on the Killamarsh Infant Nursery School, which has capacity of 2 classrooms, but hardly mentioned the situation in St. Giles School, which is the nearest to the proposed area. I guess it is probably because the information given by the head teacher is still valid and difficult to challenge. For a long time, Killamarsh residents suffer with difficulty to get face-to-face appointment with the doctors at Killamarsh Medical Centre. I experienced a few times within the last 2 years getting the appointment 3 weeks after I needed it. And it is not rare to be told the nearest appointment available is in a month. Residents openly publish their experience on social media, Killamarsh Facebook. I copied some comments and sent them to Ms. Dyson, but got replied that the Planning Inspectorate can't accept this information as it contains personal medical information. Despite I pointed to the government website, guidance privacy notice for IPO social media 1.4 recipients updated on 20 July 2022. Vote. Any personal data shared on social media platforms is made public unless privacy settings have been used. Based on the experience published by the residents, I contacted the Care Quality Commission to provide me with the information regarding complaints or comments on healthcare and access to see the doctor and dentist in Killamarsh under the Freedom of Information Act 2000. Vote. I would like you to provide me number of cases, not names or addresses, the reasons of complaints or comments, and the number of cases in year 2010 and the number of cases 2019-22. End of quote. To my astonishment, I got response, and I quote, the 2 locations specified were not active in 2010 and do not appear to have a predecessor location. Therefore, I can confirm we do not hold any requested data for 2010 for either location, either quote. To this response, I wish to say that Care Quality Commission's own website states that the medical center was built in 1991. In the response was a confirmation that the Commission does hold some recorded information in relation to this matter, but they decided not to disclose it, not disclose them, I quote. If Care Quality Commission were to disclose the information for these services, we would then be expected to, for all services which may allow for a running commentary about the quality of care being provided. This may enable people to make assumptions about the service in between inspections and would also allow for information to be published prior to an inspection, which bypasses the usual processes for quality checking the data. End of quote. Closing my speech, based on my knowledge of issues, which will have a negative impact on the whole of Killamarsh. I would ask the inspector to refuse the appeal.
Thank you.
I think you're right, you give a response from the commission. It's not there, I've been doing the part.
You'll have to provide copies to the appellant as well, because it's new. I think I can take the point. Yeah, on what you said. Okay. Stephen Thompson, please.
North East Derbyshire Local Plan 2014 to 2034, Policy SDC 2, Trees, Woodlands and Hedgerows. Point 1, proposals for development should provide for the protection and integration of existing trees, woodland and hedgerows for their wildlife, landscape and/or amenity value. Point 2, development that would result in the unacceptable loss of or damage to or threaten the continued well-being of protected trees, hedgerows, orchards, veteran trees or woodland, including those not protected but considered worthy of protection, will not be permitted. National policy states that valued landscapes should be protected and enhanced. The land southwest of Upperthorpe Road is one of the few places in Killamarsh a person can stand and look south and west and have an almost uninterrupted view of green fields and natural landscapes. The proposed development will remove either wholly or in part several hedgerows, including 5 which are ecologically important. Access Ecology stated that some of the hedgerows are over 140 years old. The development plan is to remove the longest ecologically important hedgerow on the site, stretching across its width from east to west, and replace it with a tree-lined main access road through the site. Wildlife does not recognise roadways. Foxes, badgers, hedgehogs, birds of prey and songbirds, not to mention all sorts of invertebrates, all succumb to collisions with motor vehicles. The Access Ecology report states that these hedgerows are of high value. Because of this, their protection is provided by the Hedgerow Regulations 1997 and is warranted if the structure is more than 30 years old, which all on site were so assessed by AE. Whilst individual trees may not be important species in themselves, but as a whole, they are of ecological importance to all of the bird, mammal and invertebrates that consider them home. 66 different species of bird have been identified as using the site by Access Ecology and local residents. Of these, Access Ecology reports 15 are either protected, appear on RSPB Birds of Conservation Concern, red or amber lists, or are listed as species of principal importance. Section 41, Natural Environment and Communities Act 2006. In AE's Ecological Impact Assessment, May 2018, Table 22, page 8081, evaluation of species considered potentially sensitive to habitat loss fragmentation, lists 12 species of birds found on over the site. Of these, 10 are breeders, probable breeders or possible breeders. 6 are on the red list: house sparrow, house martin, linnet, skylark, swift and starling. Bullfinch, dunnock, song thrush and kestrel are at amber status. This is the latest status as of 2021. The house martin and swift having moved to the red list since Access Ecology's report in 2018. Residents have spotted other red list birds, yellowhammer, greenfinch and fieldfare, while amber list sightings include white-throats, sparrowhawk, redwing and reed bunting. In a report on the latest analysis of Great Britain's publicly accessible park and green space provision, the Fields in Trust charity stated that there should be 30 square metres of green space provision per person in Great Britain. However, 2.8 million people are not living within 10 minutes walk of a green space, and only 6% of green space provision in Great Britain is legally protected. In the Green Space Index for 2022, the majority of the area of Killamarsh parish had a GSI score of less than the minimum standard of 30 square metres. This application for nearly 400 houses will severely impact on the green space available for residents, particularly in the south side of Killamarsh. The environmental impact assessment for this site states that the hedgerows and tree removal will cause a noticeable change to existing environmental conditions across the site, in that connected habitat features across the site will be lost, and the functionality and structure of the retained hedgerows will mean that there is no longer a functional green network across the site. The developer states that their site plan will introduce a new greenway and plant hedges for property boundaries, which will increase the totality of hedgerows by 69%. Maybe so, but this is purely numerical, as the longest ecologically important hedgerow will disappear to be replaced by young hedges, many alongside roadways, which will take decades to mature into the safe, natural, tangled habitat of the current system. The Access Ecology Report frequently uses the terms moderate negative significance and minor negative significance. So does that matter? In their own terminology on page 23, table 14 of their 2018 report, moderate significance means that the proposed development will cause a noticeable change to existing environmental conditions. This includes major effects on a scale that would affect a moderate proportion of the area that is considered to be ecologically important, including designated sites, key habitats, and local sites of substantive biological importance, i.e. local wildlife sites, but will not affect the overall integrity of the area. Also included here are minor scale effects on protected species. Even minor negative significance will cause a change to existing environmental conditions, including major effects on common wildlife habitats. 70% of the site's semi-improved grassland, including the wildflower meadow, will be removed. The fields are described as being fairly species rich and contain many species of wildflower and orchid. There is constant reference to mitigation, but the Ecology Report also notes that mitigation for loss of hedgerow, woodland and trees is not possible. Ecology Impact Assessment Revision B, page 79. In the same document on page 80, it concludes that overall loss of habitat for breeding birds cannot be mitigated for. The Olio Ecology Report, March 2022, summarises that if all the proposals for retained and enhanced habitats are implemented, the overall biodiversity net gain for the total on-site percentage change plus off-site surplus is just 2.16%. After a decade of disturbance and mess, noise and destruction. Under the Environment Act 2021, all planning permissions granted in England, with a few exemptions, will have to deliver at least 10% biodiversity net gain from an as yet unconfirmed date in November 2023. There are two reasons why this appeal should be rejected under this Act alone. If found in favour of the appellant, remedial work on the site will go on long after November, prior to construction beginning, and thus the 10% biodiversity net gain should be applied. There is no mention in any documents about the project being exempt from this new figure. Our local authorities should already be working towards taking the necessary steps to ensure that all planning applications are in line with the new government policy in order to protect the remaining green spaces in our district. If this area were to be managed as a proper mixed-use park and leisure and rewilding space, the resulting increase in biodiversity would be far greater in a shorter time. The Ecology Impact Assessment, section F, page 55 itself states that in the unlikely event that horse grazing ceased and the site was not developed, there would likely be a short period where the grassland left to grow would become species-rich grassland, with more herb species apparent in the sward, particularly the existing areas of species-rich semi-improved grassland. So active management would hugely benefit this area of green space. Killamarsh is surrounded by fields of grazing horses. This space would be suitable for more active management so that all the residents could enjoy it. Since the 1930s, Britain has lost more than 95% of its wild grasslands, such as hay meadows, which were rich with butterflies and insects, pollinators so vital to our ecosystems and crops. 25 local wildlife sites are within a 2-kilometre radius of the Westhorpe site and could be affected by this proposed development. One local wildlife site is located on the site, and 2 others are within 150 metres of the site, linking to the Park Brook watercourse. NEDVC's policy SDC4, biodiversity and geodiversity, states the council will protect and enhance the district's natural environment and seek to increase the quantity and quality of biodiversity and geodiversity by protecting designated local sites of nature conservation and geodiversity, including local wildlife sites. The policy goes on to state that it should support measures that improve wildlife habitat connectivity and create new wildlife habitats. Policy ID7, green infrastructure. This demands that development proposals that would result in the loss or isolation of existing green infrastructure will not be permitted unless a compensatory amount of such infrastructure of an equivalent or better quality can be provided in the local area. This site is 17 hectares. Where will the compensatory area be sited within the parish of Killamarsh? Policy ID 10, open space, sports and recreation facilities. The council will seek to protect and enhance all existing open space, including urban green space and recreation sites. Development proposals that would result in the loss or isolation of these will not be permitted unless an assessment has been undertaken to demonstrate the space is surplus to requirements. Westhorpe is not surplus to requirements. As stated previously, the Green Space Index shows that we already have less than the minimum standard. 400 new houses will reduce that GSI score even further. This policy goes on. The loss resulting from the proposed development should be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. Again, where will this be? Whatever the replacement facility, according to the policy, it should be made available prior to the loss. Will the developers concentrate on habitat improvement prior to starting the destruction of the current site and building new houses? ID10 also states that development will not be permitted unless it only affects land that is incapable of performing a recreational or sports function. This is not the case with Westhorpe, as many people enjoy its green open spaces for exercise, and since equestrianism is a recreation and a sport, and horses graze the land, it supports both amenities. In summary, the proposals within this plan will cause significant damage, but will replace that which has been lost with something smaller and not as good. This is not maintenance and enhancement as required by the NPPF. For 10 to 15 years, local residents will be deprived of an area for walking and enjoyment of views of the surrounding countryside, to be replaced with roadways and houses. They can get that anywhere in Killamarsh. It will have a significant negative impact on the public visual amenity, and the construction phase will create many years of noise disturbance and dust, with possible mental health issues for many of the residents around the site. Allowing this development will include loss of ecological habitat and loss of trees and ecologically important hedgerows. This cannot be effectively remedied by planting very young hedgerows beside houses and roadways, as is the developer's plan. The report by Access Ecology states at various points that there is no mitigation for habitat loss. It also highlights the fact that the overall loss of the habitat of breeding birds cannot be mitigated. These issues should be considered against their assertion that some of the adverse effects can be mitigated, but not apparently some of the most important ones from an ecological perspective. And finally, to quote our most respected and experienced naturalist today, that so rich in places, Britain as a whole is one of the most though rich in places, Britain as a whole is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. The prospect of overdevelopment on Westport Fields will do nothing to improve that situation, with it being at the edge of a small town which has neither the infrastructure or the facilities to accommodate such a project.
Why do you have anything?
Thank you, Rebecca. I'd like to take this opportunity to express the residents' concerns about the effects of the proposed development on air quality and the environment. At the current time, we're all very aware that breathing in dirty air can increase the risk of serious adverse health conditions, including respiratory infections, heart disease, and cancer. In fact, nearby Sheffield City Council has introduced a clean air zone in the city centre. They plan the imposition of red lines on many roads which have become burdened by traffic due to overpopulation. And the M1, less than 1 mile from the development site in Killamarsh as the crow flies, is subject to speed restrictions in the interest of clean air. Unfortunately for the residents of Killamarsh, the pollution data published by the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities in 2019 evidences that Killamarsh is the second most polluted area in North East Derbyshire, with an air quality score of 0.93. This is based on assessment of 4 pollutants: nitrogen dioxide, benzene, sulfur dioxide, and particulates, all which cause ill health. For this reason, the negative effect of the proposed large-scale development on the already compromised air quality has been a significant concern for the residents of Killamarsh, especially those who live in the immediate area. Nevertheless, an air quality assessment was not undertaken voluntarily by the developer or enforced by NEDDC. In fact, the Environmental Planning Officer of NEDDC concluded that there were insufficient grounds to require an air quality assessment or an environmental impact assessment. This was clearly incorrect and in contravention of the Institute of Air Quality Management Guidelines, which state that an assessment of potential dust impacts should be required where there are human receptors within 350 metres of the site boundary. The Town and Country Planning Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations 2017. This development is a Schedule 2 project, and therefore an EIA must be carried out if this development is likely to have a significant impact on the environment by virtue of its nature, size, or location. And furthermore, Policy SDC 13, which states that all development proposals will be assessed in relation to their impact on air, light, noise, ground, and water pollution. Planning permission will be refused for any proposal where pollution would pose an unacceptable risk to public health, quality of life, or the environment. Furthermore, it states that planning applications with the potential to pose a risk of pollution should be accompanied by an assessment of the likely impact of the development on environmental quality. On 9th and 12th of August 2021, Mr. Paul Johnson challenged this conclusion by email, but received no response. We know that the developer has finally conducted an air quality assessment and has submitted the document in preparation for this inquiry very recently on the 2nd of March 2023. We've still not seen the environmental impact assessment and maintain that this is required under SDC 13 and the EIA regulations mentioned. This is a large-scale development of currently green land in a semi-rural location. The sheer size of the development and potential impacts on pollution due to the known presence of contaminants, nuisance, traffic, road network, biodiversity, conservation, infrastructure, and the production of waste merits a full assessment. The obvious reality is that this project is likely to have a significant effect on the environment, and we do not understand the basis for NEDDC's screening decision to the contrary. If this doesn't have potential for impact and significant impact on environmental factors in comparison to its current use, we question what does. The air quality assessment undertaken acknowledges that this development is high risk, and an air quality assessment is necessary in accordance with the national and local planning policies. The residents of Killamarsh feel let down by NEDDC's failure to ensure that an air quality assessment was undertaken in a timely manner, as this has led to a missed opportunity for an analysis of the evidence
and identification of defects which could potentially have led to more concern about the impact on air quality and the level of remediation required. We consider that the delay in the developer producing such a report and NEDDC's failure to protect the residents' interests has put the residents at a disadvantage at this moment. Now, I am by no means an expert on air quality, but I have made the following observations on the air quality assessment report submitted by the developer, which cast doubt on its conclusions and requires further investigation. Firstly, the conclusions are based on the premise that the air pollutants in the area are below the relevant AQOs. In fact, it's evidenced by data that Killamarsh is the second most polluted site in North East Derbyshire. The report is a desktop report. It does not take into consideration specific environmental factors significant to this site, such as the fact that development is on a hill, in a windy location, and surrounded by roads which are narrow, immediately adjacent to homes, and often down to one lane, which will result in idling engines and stationary traffic. Traffic using idling engines will undoubtedly increase if this development is permitted, but this is not taken into consideration when predicting the future air quality scores. Data has been taken from two sensitive receptor locations on Green Lane. Neither are currently located at a point of heavy traffic, as they are not currently in a populated area. There are no receptors on Westthorpe Road, which is an obvious route of access and is often congested due to the layout of the road, as evidenced from the photographs submitted. There is also a lack of data on Spink Hill Road, which is and will increasingly be a major route of access to the M1. We already see queues of traffic along this road whenever there is a problem on the M1. Traffic is purposely diverted this way. We have photographic evidence to prove this point, and again, there is no account of the impact on the idling engines on this road when predicting the future nitrogen dioxide levels within the report. Furthermore, it's not clear how many additional journeys the predicted nitrogen dioxide concentrations are based on. As residents of the direct area, we know that there are no reliable and regular public transport links, and it is realistically too far to walk to the shops and schools regularly. Given that the predicted impact is negligible, despite an estimate of over 2,000 additional daily journeys, we suspect that the number of journeys is likely to be underestimated and does not account for idling engines. The report also does not take into account the impact of other nearby developments on the already compromised air quality in Killamarsh. There is significant level of development in adjacent areas such as Clown, which is in Bolsover District Council, and the townships of South Sheffield. We suggest that it is obvious that this will have a cumulative negative effect upon air quality, yet there is no account of this within the report. Importantly, it is a fact that the land contains contaminated soil. Amongst the contaminants are polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are especially dangerous and could cause cancer. Given the level of contaminated soil on the development site and the lack of firm evidence as to where this contamination is, we suggest that this requires specific attention. The developer may assert that they know where the bulk of contamination is and that they will not disturb this area, but realistically, there is no firm evidence as to what is in the ground and where it is. It cannot be said with certainty that ground disturbance will not release these dangerous contaminants. The report accepts that the sensitivity of the area to dust soiling effects on people and property will be high. The residents are significantly concerned that even with mediation efforts, there will be a high risk of breathing in these dangerous contaminants when plants and wildlife absorbing the same. The presence of contaminated land is not reflected in the assessment, and it has been concluded that the risk to human health is low. We question this as the route of construction traffic and 2,000 plus additional car journeys per day is directly adjacent to a very narrow footpath and houses directly on the road, including Grade 2 listed buildings. I have personal experience of living on Waverley, which is another large Harwood development in the construction phase, and I've seen the dust and mess created by construction and the removal of products from the site despite remediation methods. The reality is a daily layer of dust on all external surfaces, roads and cars, and also on internal windowsills due to access through vents. Adding contaminants, the duration of the works, and the close proximity to homes and pedestrians in this location, and this becomes more than a nuisance and significantly concerning. Furthermore, there is no accountability for remediation measures to ensure that they are complied with. This is something that the residents of Waverley are currently battling with in respect of debris on the highways due to construction traffic. Ultimately, the residents are concerned that the air quality assessment does not take into account facts which make the site particularly vulnerable and bases the assessment on data which does not account for all factors. We as residents have to live with the dust, dangerous contaminants and traffic pollution. The simple fact is that this development does not benefit Killamarsh. It involves destruction of a green area which promotes clean air and well-being. And even on the developer's own assessment, it will reduce our already compromised air quality and damage the local environment. There is no valid justification for this increase in risk, as there are more suitable development sites. We respectfully request that we dismiss the input. Thank you for this.
Without objection. The proposed development of 397 houses on open countryside at the proposed Westthorpe sites would erode the settlement gap between the villages of Killamarsh and Spinkhill if it were to be granted. This goes against the National Planning Policy Framework guidance and the local plan policies SS11, A and C. For reference, policy SS11, local settlement gap, A, maintain the functionality and undeveloped character of the local settlement gap. C, do not result in the erosion of existing settlement separation and identity created by the undeveloped character of those spaces. The proposed development would be clearly seen from Station Road, the road leading from Spinkhill towards Killamarsh. The only Killamarsh properties currently visible are those few properties along the ridge line along Upperthorpe Road. The 400 houses sprawling down the hillside on one green field would be a complete intrusion into the countryside and the settlement gap space between Killamarsh and Spinkhill. The developers have claimed that they are only going to build as far as the existing Westthorpe Business Park. However, the business park is nestled in low-lying ground to the left of the proposed site, completely unseen from Spinkhill due to the lay of the land and existing tree, shrub and cover. The development, on the other hand, is completely visible from the hillside as it drops 43 metres from the top of the hill to the bottom. This will be clear to see from your site visits, as it isn't necessarily clear on paper. The site also bears remarkable similarity in descriptive terms to a site at Eckington, EC1, which was quite properly removed from the local plan. A letter from the Inspector to North East Derbyshire District Council Planning Officer Manager dated the 18th of February 2019. Existing development extends along an elevated ridgeline, creating a distinctive west-east access to the built-up area. In contrast, the proposed site allocation would extend in a north-south down the hillside, opening up views of the developments. The new dwellings, access road and changes to the vegetation would be readily visible due to the topography of the sites. This exactly describes the situation at the Westthorpe site and how it is viewed when approaching from Spinkhill, as already stated the photographs to demonstrate. Case proceedings. I would also refer you to a previous planning inspector's finding on a proposed development. Also building on open countryside between two settlements and their decision to reject that development due to the erosion of the settlement gap. This application was DCS reference 200-06-231 TBC Inspector Jennifer Vice, and there is a link available if you need it. The inspector, in her view, found the proposal would not represent infilling or rounding off, but would appear as a projection into open countryside. While accepting that this would only have a local impact, she found that this would be moderately adverse in landscape terms and highly adverse in visual terms. She concluded that the proposal was unsustainable regardless of the housing land supply position, because it was contrary to the authority's policy to preserve the settlement gap. Westthorpe's fields, as you've heard, are valued as local amenity for dog walking, horse grazing and wildlife, and are viewed by the local population as an accessible countryside between Killamarsh and Spinkhill. And North East Derbyshire District Council state clearly in their own local plan that it is essential for these to be maintained. By definition, settlement gap erosion refers to the process by which new development is built in the open countryside outside of established settlements and without sufficient regard for the impact on existing communities or the local environment. Settlement gap erosion can result in the fragmentation of the countryside, the loss of agricultural land, and increased car dependency, all of which can undermine the sustainability of local communities. This is exactly what will happen if the proposed development is allowed to go ahead. I would urge you to please reject the appeal on this basis.
Thank you very much. Alex Platts, please.
To speak about the sort of that I'm going to cover now, which is the drainage and flooding risk for the site. So the application documents refer to drainage being channeled via a culvert to Parkbrook. Parkbrook floods badly during heavy rain for prolonged periods, causing the road passing over its supposed point in Spinkhill Road. This road is one of the main arterial routes into and out of Killamarsh from the south and will be well used by occupants of 397 proposed dwellings. I've got a selection of photos here as well if anybody wants to review them. But during some prolonged average downpours, the roads have flooded without a major or significant weather event taking place in our area. Regular flooding does and will continue to occur on Spinkhill Road, which has become, by default, a main arterial route, albeit an unclassified road used as a wrap run to and from the M1 at Junction 30 Killamarsh. Spinkhill Road at this point is also a bus route. Green Lane, an access and egress route from the proposed site, is also subject to serious flooding during prolonged heavy rain. The proposed 397 dwellings will also exacerbate this situation, which occurs affecting the relatively small number of dwellings already present around the proposed site. All the rainwater emanating from the dwelling will be stored in above ground detention basins. An engineered sustained urban drainage system, or SUDS for short, before being subsequently diverted to Parkbrook, running a few feet below the dip in Spinkhill Road. Parkbrook is not a major watercourse, more stream in normal times. The planned SUD system is a man-made engineered system that is not naturally occurring in this landscape and will serve as a construction diversion route to drainage that does not seek to reduce water levels, but just divert its course to its rate. Under policy MPPF SDC 11(1)(c), we do not believe it will reduce flood risk. Rather, it will make things worse due to the natural absorption of the development site being removed and all runoff water being diverted through a single channel to the same endpoint that already floods frequently and will contribute more effectively to water flow at the aforementioned locations. Parkbrook is not maintained at the best of times by authorities, with drainage channels being full of silt and other debris preventing adequate drainage without this planned alteration of the existing watercourse at this site. The construction will involve significant alterations along the south of the development,
and is likely to involve significant remediation just to install them. This is an open above ground system that also presents additional risks to both people and the environment. It is also not clear what risk will be presented by installing such a system, given the history of mining in this specific area, and what the impact of the residual use of this system will do to the land structure below the development and its long-term stability. Whilst developers may also claim that these systems can also assist biodiversity, they can also present significant risks to biodiversity outside of the land boundaries. For example, a report in 1998 by RJB Mining showed that the company, as part of their clean-up, remediated, improved the site, removed the culvert directing water from the site into Park Brook. This was removed because there was significant increase in iron concentrations between the entrance and exit of the culvert. RJB reinstated an open water course to Park Brook and believed that this would significantly improve water quality downstream of the site. It did, and there are local wildlife sites now associated with Park Brook. Also, the uprooting of a wildflower meadow at this location will also have a negative effect on soil stability, a problem that is supported by the Royal Botanical Gardens of Kew. They advise that the complex root structure of wildflowers provides significant soil stability, as well as providing habitats and feeding stations for our vitally important pollinators. Additionally, water that flows into the subsystem will not just be rainwater runoff, as the land absorbs in its present state. This is likely to also include any contaminants that may exist in the land already, or effluents potentially from the general public and residents' use of the roads and pathways of the development once it's built. The risk from contamination of vehicle oil leaks, cleaning chemicals, non-biodegradable litter, and other challenging debris developed from the water channel drainage system could cause additional issues. These could additionally cause environmental health problems, affect water flow, and increase biomass in the water table, already adding to what could potentially be a high-risk site to start with because of this historic mining situation. This typical situation is likely to have significant impact on the biodiversity in the greenbelt area that cause years of devastation to natural wildlife habitats. In addition, the open above ground pond structure of the subsystem may serve as potential significant risks to residents, especially younger age groups that may or may not be aware of the risks associated with the depth and nature of these facilities, but also the state of the water within them, and direct risks to health and life should a person physically enter such infrastructure, either intentionally or unintentionally. In summary, we still maintain that this site, if developed, will increase the flooding risk at the lowest points of Green Lanes and Cull Road, which are currently susceptible to infrequent flooding and closure. Although the periods between flooding are reducing, possibly due to climate change, this flooding is not a 100-year event. It has now happened 4 times in the past 2.5 years. The development will also rob this rural site of most of its ability to absorb excess water. The rain will no longer fall onto and be absorbed by open fields. Significant rainfall will then, because of the topography of the area, still run onto the road system, mainly the Green Lane carriageway. The output from the subsystem will also run to Park Brook, which does and will cause flooding on Spinkle Road, which, despite being an unclassified road, is a main route to Killamarsh from the south, and M1 George 30 for those travelling to the south of Killamarsh. Green Lane serves similar, albeit lesser such function, but will have the same flood challenges from the impact on Park Brook. Given the environmental challenges that residents have experienced in the past due to flooding and the additional risks this development will bring in this regard, it will not benefit the community, environment, or highways in Killamarsh and will only exacerbate flood risks to this area of the community. Thank you for hearing that out.
Thank you. Mr. Mason.
Firstly, I'd like to point out to the inspectorate that there are 5 existing footpaths across this site.
all with panoramic views of all the countryside, views across to the Derbyshire Hills in the distance. These footpaths are used regularly by dog walkers and ramblers alike. The local Ramblers Association have already objected to this development taking place, as have many residents. Mr. Mel Hardy of the Chesterfield North East Derbyshire Ramblers Association, Centre, notes that it would appear that this development will result in sections of footpaths, which is not numbered, being completely or partially obliterated. This would require authority for footpath extinguishment or significant diversion, to which the State Centre would object, as this development fails to follow national and local government policies with respect to providing access to green and open spaces for all. To change green open footpaths for tarmac curbside paths is a mistake, and certainly less enjoyable for public use. Section 119.6 of the Public Path Diversion Order states that any diversion order must take into account what the diversion would have on the public enjoyment as a whole, and by coming into operation of the order would have on other land served by existing rights of way. Now, I'm not sure if the inspector is aware that 3 of the existing properties on Upperthorpe Road have access to the public footpath which is proposed to be moved. Now, right of access clearly states that if you have had access to any public footpath for more than 20 years, that the said footpath cannot be moved without the express permission of the people that it affects. I noticed from the plan that the footpath seems to go halfway through the field. This footpath, always in my 56 years on planet Earth, has always run directly at the back of the existing property's boundaries, to which, as I have stated, 3 properties have gated access to the path. One property has had access since 1952, one since 1960, and the other, to my knowledge, since the early 80s. These properties have access as stated by the right of access or by a legal easement by prescription, not only to walk, but to maintain their boundary hedge. And in contradiction to Harworth Estates, the bottom hedge is not theirs, as this hedge is clearly on my deeds. Should this development receive permission and the footpath be attempted to be moved, then this matter will go to court. I would also like to add that Harworth Estates has shown complete and utter contempt for the existing residents, with the proposed properties being only 5 to 7 metres from their boundary hedge, in a complete and utter loss of privacy. Finally, on another point, I'd just like to ask the question, that should this development gain permission and during construction work, that the natural fault that runs through this site is fractured, then who will be held responsible? Thank you.
Please.
So on mining legacy. So throughout the UK, there are numerous examples where planning decisions have been rejected due to the risk involved in developing former colliery sites. But the Amber Valley Rugby Club application within the lower district, with the district of Lower Somercotes, Derbyshire, has great similarities and many shared reasons as to why this application should be rejected. As everyone is aware, the site was mined extensively dating from 1923 to 1984, and as outlined by guidance, Syria SP32, which has recently been superseded by C758D, Abandoned Mine Workings Manual, mining records from numerous areas across the country vastly differ from actual workings within the colliery sites. Let's not forget the sole intention of these colliery sites was to remove vast quantities of coal from the ground as quickly as possible during a significant boom in the use of coal as a fuel source. Unlike today, there was a distinct shortfall in working procedures and guidance for documentation, and the main focus was the quick removal of coal from the shallow coal seams, as noted in the soil investigation reports. Westhorpe Colliery could more than likely be one of these sites,
where the records divulging the locations of 5 scenes of shallow mining are both unreliable and de-emphasise the vast areas exhumed. From the British Coal records, 5 mining shafts are shown within the site, but the locations of only 4 of these can be confirmed by the soil investigation report, which justifies an assumption of inaccurate recordings of the working within this site. In discussion with former employees of the colliery, the suggested site is littered with mining shafts and ventilation shafts, but the provided records only show 5 shafts noted, and only 4 of these can be accounted for. This worrying element of the unknown, along with the very real potential of gas escaping from the underground tunnels, make this development extremely environmentally concerning, not to mention the visible sinkholes that can be seen across the site. As outlined within the technical information, if or more likely when the 5th shaft and any further shafts are discovered, and these could be plentiful due to the level of works carried out within this site over the 61 productive years, it would then trigger a 20-metre no working zone from the discovered position, along with, as proposed in section 7, the technical note, a strong recommendation that all shafts need to be fully remediated, that will be treated and capped with reinforced concrete. Further to this, a 45-degree no-build zone around each shaft is also recommended. The potential of disturbing the natural fault line that runs through the middle of the development is very real, which in turn may then create a natural migration path for the mine gases to be released, which would be a serious crisis event for the developer and, more importantly, for the health of surrounding residents. In fact, across the road where the old colliery building stood on Westthorpe Fields Road, there are records of the Coal Authority carrying out remedial works in this area due to an issue raised with gas release. This is just 40 metres away from the proposed development. With very little confidence in the historical information provided by the Coal Board, these 20-metre no working zones could be scattered across the site, disrupting, if not decimating, the layout of the proposed site, begging the question as to whether this is a viable development, or if it is more likely this site will sit empty, merely filling the pockets of the developer as they leverage their increased land value, meanwhile holding the local community in limbo. On review of similar applications, there are numerous precedents where previous mining sites have been rejected planning due to the lack of confidence in historical records. I beg to argue that even a fraction of any further findings leading to further remediation of the already extensively burdened site would cause extreme financial pressures for the developer. Despite the Coal Authority having no objections within their comments, they do bring to the table a vast array of caveats that must be dealt with. And this is just for the information known about the development. It pays no significance to the possible unknowns. On ground remediation, in the past 15 years, a site that was owned by British Coal was gifted to the local children's football club, Killamarsh to be used as a base for their growing number of junior boys and girls teams. Despite the site having been signed off as safe and has been remediated to the correct levels, on the first day that football was played at the new home of Killamarsh Dynamos, a significant injury was sustained by a player, resulting in hospital treatment and legal proceedings. And this was due to mining-related objects resurfacing on the pitches that had been tested and signed off to allow children to play football. This site at High Moor is less than 850 metres from this proposed development, which giving further strength to the argument that remediation of a former colliery can still throw up issues long after the remediation process is complete, and even when it is deemed acceptable for children to play on. Having reviewed the presented information, and in my role as a construction professional, I have done this many times. The cost of the remediation of the ground is of significant concern to the viability of the construction of this development. It would cost approximately just over £1 million just to turn over the ground of 42 hectares to create a construction platform with obstructions removed to 2 metres, as is normal construction practice. Add to this a further £6 million, which we've had costed, and to cap the site, remove the contaminants, and cap and fill the various shafts situated on site. A materials management plan would need to be strictly adhered to, and would suggest a watching brief required due to the level of contaminants known within the SI report, which would be a responsibility of the North East Derbyshire Council to ensure this is carried out correctly. I do note from the conditions on the plan, I don't think that's been picked up as well. If the development is then deemed to be unviable financially, then there will inevitably come the downgrade of the planning conditions and reneging the developer's commitment, especially to develop those levels of affordable housing. So as a closing statement on behalf of the residents, as an opposition, we hope to obviously sincerely express our concerns that there are serious questions over the viability of this development. Granting this application, which granting a site the potential to sit undeveloped, copious reasons for which have been covered by our opposition today, whilst leveraging the financial position of the proposed developer with increased land value. As so often happens within the construction industry, there's a real risk the developer could use this leverage in an attempt to develop other, more financially prosperous sites, leaving North East Derbyshire unable to fulfil the local plan that they are attempting to run the Killamarsh with satisfying. In the current climate, with inflation rising through the roof, the building industry is struggling to cope with the price increases, which would put even further stress on this development's viability. And finding a house builder to develop this site when the house building industry is slowing down would be extremely difficult. We, the residents of Killamarsh, have had to wade through vast amounts of information thrown in our direction in our own time to defend our community's position, so disappointingly undervalued by North East Derbyshire Council. We have identified factual inaccuracies and we have exposed numerous areas where this development application is left wanting, and the numerous ways this will negatively impact the quality of life of not only the residents of Westhorpe, but the entirety of Killamarsh and surrounding areas. So to briefly recap, there has been apparent disregard for sustainable development in all three discussed areas. That's economically, socially and environmentally. There is a severe absence of sustainable transport to this site, dire transport links and the lack of infrastructure surrounding this proposed development, the lack of fundamental air quality and environmental impact awareness, the dangers outlined on the drainage strategy, the catastrophic ecological damage, the absolute closure of the settlement gap, the potential archaeological harm, the failure to protect historical and green footpaths, the complete unknown of mining legacy of the old urban site, and finally the underlying concerns over the viability of this development. As residents of Killamarsh, the village we call home, we urge you to uphold the original and correct decision and reject this planning application once again. This development is unviable, unsustainable, unsuitable and unwanted.
Mel Hardy.
Hi everyone, I'm Mel Hardy and I'm here to represent the Ramblers specifically. So I was also asked to present evidence on behalf of the council. Predominantly today all I want to talk about is the footpath because there are far more competent people to talk about the other aspects in this application. There are 5 footpaths crossing this site and having examined the drawings, it would appear that the development will result in the footpaths being either completely or partially destroyed as a footpath. Thus, for the development to continue, it will be necessary to raise and obtain approval for footpath extinguishment or significant diversion. Should this occur, then the Chesterfield and North East Derbyshire Ramblers organisation have authorised me to put in a formal objection. The reasons: the granting of planning permission for development of land over which there is a public right of way does not in itself constitute authority for interference with the right of way or for its closure or diversion. Those are separate issues. Should the development be considered for the development of land over which there is a public right of way, Then in the case in question, the development could be carried out whilst maintaining the existing footpath network, including character and location. In other words, it needs to be, if it's still there, it needs to be as a footpath and not as a strip of tarmac. Building overpaths and replacing them with roadside causeways will considerably lessen the enjoyment of the areas crossed by the path. And one of the two tests for a diversion of a footpath is that it must be as enjoyable to the public as it was before it was diverted. Further, this is a green belt site providing access to green spaces for a considerable number of people, which has already been emphasised many times. And this development, as far as we're concerned, as presented, fails to follow national and local government policies with respect to providing access to green spaces for all. The replacement, for example, of enclosed paths, which you've done on a previous development in Killamarsh, just to the north of the one we're talking about, creates paths which are undesirable. And one gentleman knows said he wouldn't let his children down them, and I don't blame them. We viewed them, and we avoid those paths now because they're just unpleasant. Enclosing them is not a way of replacing a footpath. They become far less present to use. The balance do make a point in a short paragraph referring to the access statement. It does not refer to the advantages of existing footpaths in providing access to wider footpath networks and extensively used Rather Valley Country Park and the Cuckoo Way. In other words, from those footpaths that they are destroying, you can get to the whole of the footpath network in North East Derbyshire. I'm going to miss out a lot because of what I've got to say, because most of it has been said quite eloquently before. But just a couple of points. When considering the diversion of a path to facilitate a proposed development, its replacement with a tarmac-coated roadside causeway would not be the only option considered, which appears to be all that we've done in this particular case. And that is referred to in Circular 2, 1993, Annex D, paragraph 7.8 of Circular 1/09. However, as we read the law, the council is granted powers to stop up or divert highways, including footpaths, to develop or facilitate the development. The contentious word is in order for the development to be carried out. It does not say that the diverted footpath may be destroyed just for the convenience of that development. And it also points out, in words, a state road should be avoided wherever possible. Because although the layout, the proposed layout does show a line, it's nowhere near the original footpath line, and also it is no more than a tarmac causeway that you'd have alongside any road in a state of this kind. What they should have done, or what we believe they should have done in the first case, was protect the footpath, which is effectively what most of the paperwork or most of the laws refer to. In other words, you look at the footpath, create a corridor, preserving that footpath. Now it may mean that it needs diverting slightly, but not deal and replacing with a tarmac path, because that is not what we consider to be the footpath. And people should remember the importance of these footpaths, including the space in particular during the COVID pandemic, when a lot of people took to walking as a means of maintaining the sanity. I do agree that developers should be encouraged at an early stage to incorporate more sympathetic designs for replacement of footpaths. And this is precisely what Part 7 of Circular 1/09 recommends. From that point of view, I would ask that you support the council's rejection of this proposal as it is presented. And no doubt there are people who can make adjustments which will make it acceptable to us, but purely from a football point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. According to my note, that's everybody that wanted to speak this morning. Have I missed anybody? Okay, well, thank you very much for your contributions. And I just wanted to say that you've represented yourselves really well. And I can see there's been organisation to your comments. You have strove to not repeat each other, and you've all dealt with different topics, which I really thank you for. And I've completely understood your passion and concern came across very well. So thank you very much for that.
I've resisted to ask to cross-examine anybody. Not usually appropriate for local residents. There are some points that I've got witnesses to cover off, and I just wanted to at some point have a discussion around the timetable.
Yeah, we can do that. Hopefully it's something we can pick up maybe in other matters. Usually you've made notes, comments, and you can comment on them.
We'll just call some witnesses to box the points off.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. I think with that then it's time that we take a lunch break, and when we come back we'll start hearing evidence from the council, from Councillor Mark. So I'm going to propose an hour for lunch. 2:30, would that be okay to resume for everybody? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much then. I'll see you all at 2:30. Why is my microphone not working? Put this maybe. Yeah, it suits me. It is lunchtime today. So now, yeah. Okay, welcome back everyone. Apologies for the delay. What can I say? I can't do in an hour on my own what I thought I could with traffic, and I don't have an entourage to look after me with lunch and so on. My lunch plans were, I was let down by who was providing that. So anyway, long story short, apologies for the delay. I'm here now. If you're within 15 minutes, isn't that just French late, you know, fashionably late, isn't it? Exactly. So, well, exactly. I think the best person to be late is probably me. So there we go. So thank you for bearing with me. And was there anything I needed to cover before we move on to INCG? No? Up to you then, if you'd like to come up.
We've got for the councillor a full set of the core documents because we asked a few questions about some of those. We'll have to see how we go.
So I'm going to try and work electronically on core documents. So if you give me the core document references, this goes for both sides as you go along, or if you say anything about a core document, just give me the reference. And if I am having trouble, if it helps, I'll try and put reference it, you know, if I need a bigger plan or so on. So we'll just see how we go along. Welcome to the inquiry, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Inspector. Thank you. I took what you said earlier about, to the point of what you said earlier about overlap and repetition, so I will try and avoid that. When I'm working through my proof of evidence, some's already been covered by our barrister. I think some's already given, so I'll be working through it in sections and referring to different core documents to work through. My evidence covers the issues raised under the reason for refusal 2 of the council.
Mr. Foster, forgive me. Would you please begin by introducing yourself and your experience across 1.1 and 1.2, please?
Your barrister will lead you through.
Thank you.
As to that, what I was proposing to do, because I'm conscious that the parties have seen this proof, the public have not, was to take him through it and deal with the salient material, but not asking to read every line.
Yeah.
Of course, you could read it if you prefer, Madam, so I know you're happy.
Just take us through the way we see best.
Thank you. Yeah, so paragraphs 1.1 and 1.2, please.
Thank you, Salwa. I've been a councillor at North East Derbyshire District Council since 2015. I've been a member of the Planning Committee since May 2020, and I was in attendance at the meeting 17th of May 2022, when a decision was taken to reduce permission for the development. My evidence covers the issues raised and the reason for refusal 2 of the council's decision and the reasons why the development would result in inappropriate development in the Greenbelt that is not justified by the very special circumstances. My evidence covers the relevant planning policy matters, including North East Derbyshire Local Plan, Policy SS10, North East Derbyshire Greenbelt, the Development Plan read as a whole, and National Planning Policy as expressed in the National Planning Policy Framework. I'll then jump on to the fact that with permission to Howler onto 4.1 planning policies. The relevant local plan policies are set out in the Statement of Common Ground. The most important policy for the Greenbelt issue is Local Plan Policy SS10. Relevant policy from the framework is set out in the Statement of Common Ground, particularly relevant to the Greenbelt issue is Chapter 13, Protecting Greenbelt Land, paragraphs 137, 138, 147 to 150. The local plan was prepared and examined under the framework 2012 under transitional arrangements. There are some differences between SS10 and National Greenbelt Policy, as now set out in the current framework 2021. In particular, the framework 2021 includes material changes in use of land at paragraph 150E and the list of developments that might not be appropriate. Whereas policy SS10 does not provide for material change uses. I acknowledge that we put weight on that the NFPP 2021 is a material consideration. I think I cover that later on as well. But enough to say on that, we put weight on both inspectors. We put weight on both documents. But our first go-to document is our development plan, which we tend to place more weight on than we do the national planning framework. Other policies relevant to this appeal are considered to be in conformity with the current framework 2021, as well as with the original framework 2012, against which they're examined. On to 6.2, the allocation size and shape that was put forward by our estates in the local plan process. Land to the west was included, and the non-greenbelt site to the northeast was also added into the allocation. The consultants of the council who undertook the Greenbelt Review 2016-17 identified the site, as later allocated, as the most appropriate parcel to assess. At no point did our estate suggest any enlargement of the allocation at its southern boundary. In their representation to the local plan publication draft 2018, they provided an illustrative master plan which showed development within the site contiguous with the intended allocation, and which showed attenuation ponds within the intended allocation site. The master plan in this representation document is a core document 4.1.1C. So the original master plan, 2 points I wanted to make here. If we look at the CODA planning document, 4.1.1C, all of this relates to a plan that is inside what was the KL1, which was inside the new boundary allocated by the inspector of the local plan. And I wanted to look quickly through this document, Inspector, if you'll be aware of. It's from CODA planning. And it shows the first indicative master plan encompassing 396 houses within the allocation site, including the subs. And if we work through it, there's a statement in here. It's on the KL1 suitability and deliverability. It states in-depth drainage work has determined that suitable and sustainable drainage can be achieved on the site for both surface and foul water, which can be appropriately integrated without unduly impacting on the existing class effects. So that's within KL1.
What does it say?
At the top, which page 8. The number of pages in the top left-hand corner.
Whereabouts on that page?
It's there. That's there. Well, that's what I'd like to draw your attention to. So at the time, now it's important, that statement there. And on the next page, And on the next page, here, there, and this is page 9, yeah. The master plan shows this using a layout that indicates the provision of 296 dwellings. As a result, it is asserted that the subject site, KL1, is easily capable of accommodating this greater level of development. So this is when we went from the 330, which was the approximate figure given in the local plan, to the 396. So it's particularly important because it highlights the importance of the new greenbelt boundary that the local plan inspector set in the bottom of the valley. And as well as that, it acknowledges really that the developer themselves acknowledge that this is the actual boundary to the side, KL1. And that this, and it says, as it says there in their document, it's easily capable of accommodating this greater level of development. So I think it's key to point that out. On to 7, the main issues. The issue of the proposed development of the greenbelt land is fundamental. That is because the application seeks permission for a maximum number of 397 dwellings, and the intended sustainable drainage system is an essential component of the development. If development of the greenbelt land is found to be inappropriate and not justified by very special circumstances, then the attenuation ponds would need to be accommodated within the allocated site. That in turn will likely reduce the number of dwellings that could be accommodated. Permission could not be granted for a maximum of 397 dwellings in those circumstances. In considering this fundamental matter of greenbelt development, I structure my reasoning around the following issues. So, page 7 of my statement. Whether the development proposed on the greenbelt land is inappropriate development in the greenbelt, having regard to the development plan policy and national policy as expressed in the framework, the degree of greenbelt harm, and whether any harm by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm would be clearly outweighed by other considerations, so as to amount to very special circumstances.
Do you mind if I ask you questions?
Not all.
So you just said about that coded document had 396 shown on the master plan within the document. And the proposal for us is up to 397. But you just said that if it were found that development in the green belt was inappropriate, then we would have to reduce the number of dwellings to advantage of 397. There's one dwelling difference. Can you just explain that?
That's more about these are the original. This is the master plan originally put forward at the local plan stage, and that is more to point out about how the local plan inspector recognised that boundary, that natural boundary that's there, and also that boundary was accepted by the developer. We didn't make the calculations onto what could or couldn't be fitted onto that site at that point. This issue is slightly separate from that. It's talking about a different point. That makes sense.
Okay, but what I can take away is that when this site was being considered for the local plan, we were shown that you could fit 396 and sustainable urban drainage within that site. And now we have a proposal for up to 397 with the sustainable drainage outside the site.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So whether it's inappropriate development, that's the first one. 8.1, the applications for outline permission, the plans that are put forward for approval are no more than a red line around the site and points of access. In themselves, these plans give no assurance as to the extent of works and development that would come forward for the greenbelt land. I acknowledge that by reference to the parameters plan put forward as part of the appeal, a planning condition could be opposed to limit the greenbelt development to sustainable urban drainage scheme and rural paths and tracks. Even so, that would not in itself lead to development being appropriate in the green belt. Components of such can include water attenuation and detention features, swales, rills, tanking piping, head walls, control chambers, circuit features, and possible other structures. Such works would be engineering operations and could also include building operations.
Okay, and sorry, it just feels a bit rushed, and I want you to have as much time as possible to put your case forward and been me being note that's made it for them, but you're just talking me through now why you consider it to be inappropriate development. Is that right?
I am, but I go on further on to explain that how those details and how the earth works, as well as those details there, which could be in the green belt, how they affect the openness of the green belt later on. So I've structured a statement to include those. So I have the reason for mentioning them there is to say that there would be engineering operations. I'm elaborating a bit on this point, Inspector.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Foster, if you could carry on from 8.4, please, and it may help perhaps if you could try and slow down your speech a little.
I'll do that.
Are we just walking through the brief, basically? Yeah.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. All right. And I'll just ask questions as we go. Yeah?
I'll be walking through. I won't be going through all of it.
No.
I'll be going through personal
But
points and pulling out code documents that relate to it.
Yeah.
So 8.4, change of use. The use of the land also falls to be considered. The indicative material submitted with the application showed the intended use of the area to be public open space, incorporating landscaping, pickabout area, paths and seating. The latest indicative information submitted as part of the appeal indicates that the area will simply be used to accommodate the SUDS features, to which there will be no public access. Either way, the use of land as public open space and for SUDS, or just for SUDS, is a material change of use. So that's more about material change of use, rather than how it affects the openness and the actual, what it will actually look like. It's to say it's a change of use, that's what it comes to. These are the components of the development that need to be considered against local and national green belt policy in order to determine whether the development is an appropriate development. I then moved on to what I think you were asking me about earlier, Inspector, on 8.8 towards the bottom. The term preserve openness means having a neutral effect on openness, i.e. the openness of the green belt is not at all to be negatively affected, even to the smallest degree. The concept of openness can have both spatial and visual aspects, and I shall address both of those. I'll be going through 8.9, 8.10, 8.11. The illustrative material submitted with the application shows 3 engineered detention basins surrounded by banking of 1.3 gradients with a 3-metre maintenance margin.
Sorry, this isn't particularly helpful to me. I don't know how helpful it is for the audience, but obviously I've read your proof. I was expecting you to kind of be taking through it while you're barrissing and, just asking questions.
I'm happy to take questions from the barristers we work through. I am.
I don't,
but,
I mean, normally in an inquiry, someone talks you through it, but this just feels like a whistle-top door through your proof. I mean, I can guide you through it if it helps.
I'm happy to speak through this and carry on and take questions from you, but I'd like to revisit that's okay, Inspector.
Okay, yeah.
That's all right. There's no indication that any material is to be removed from the site. It must therefore follow that the material excavated to form the basins is then reused to create the banking, and the basins will fill and attenuate water. These works cannot do anything.
Just pausing there. You refer to illustrative material. Which material are you referring to there? The illustrative material submitted with the application. Those 3 engineers
I was coming on to that later on, but I can, if I skip across, it will. Am I okay to cover that later on? So, because it's just at the end of here.
All right.
If that's okay. So I will be covering that illustrative material. And I will refer to it to give plenty of time to actually get the documents out. These works cannot do anything other than add volume and therefore have a negative effect upon the openness of the green belt spatially. So I'm talking about visual and spatial aspects of the openness, Inspector. Any underground tanking pipes and control measures would add volume if the material excavated to accommodate them is to be redistributed on the land, resulting in yet further negative effects spatially. Visually, the existing baseline is that of a gently sloping field of a pastoral character. The engineered features and embankments would be clearly recognisable as being for the purpose of enclosing the attenuation basins and containing water. And I'm going to go on to that later and explain that how it would actually look beside of them on a graph that's been provided, on a diagram that's been provided. But I wanted to cover that first. These will be clearly seen by an observer from the public footpath network, from within the site itself, and from the land to the south. Where it can't be seen is from some of the new pictures that have been received recently that have been put on the evidence base. If you look at it from above, from a drone, or from a plan from above, the things you can't see unless you're actually on the ground. So what we do is show a plain greenness. When you look at any gradients, are very difficult to see unless you're actually on the footpath and on the ground themselves. The plan and associated photographs at Appendix 1 of my group are examples of public viewpoints. I'm sure you've seen those, where the attenuation basins would be seen. These added features would affect the openness of the green belt negatively when compared to the present situation, as it can be seen by an observer of the grassy fields. So then, I would like to. So I believe the changes do not preserve the openness of the green belt. The original plan shows a true picture of what the developer has in mind, with the 3 metre maintenance strip around the outside of the 3 sustainable urban drainage schemes, head walls, pumping station, and kickabout area, all urban features that would affect the openness of the green belt. Now, the first document I'd like to go to is the cross section 3.53, which is a plan in the core docs, and it's by Weddell Landscape Design, and it's this one, Inspector. What's 3.53? That's a good one. It's very difficult to see on paper. When you're on a computer, you can zoom in and you can see the actual scale of the development. You can see down the side there's a scale.
Okay, just bear with me.
You might find an extra copy of this in Mr. Rollinson's appendices if you want this approved. His appendix 3. That might be an easier place.
Oh, I don't think I've been to the appendix. I'm having a bit of trouble with reading something. See if I can get this to be looked.
I'm trying to demonstrate here, Inspector, as you're looking at the plan.
3.5.3.
Oh, it's be in the very high abundance.
Pass this one on. We're on there.
Yeah, what do you want to show me?
On the very top,
Yeah.
there, you can see along the top that is a cross section, a longitudinal cross section, and to the left, there at the top, there's a scale to give an idea, and that gives an idea of what this will actually look like. And that's that's been put by the developer, and it's by, as I said earlier, by Weddell Landscape Design. If you look, this shows how land will be added and how it will be taken away. You can see that there will be created 2.5 metre high funds. There's a 3 sod. You can see the sustained urban drainage schemes, and you can see where they'll be adding, obviously at the bottom of each one, 2.5 metres, and you can see it above an existing ground line. You can also see that they'll be removing land below that as well. So in effect, creating up to 5 metre, what would be in effect down walls. And if you look at how it looks at the minute, the valley, when you walk down the valley, you'll see that it's a pastoral flowing valley that goes along the southern border. What this would do, the removal of the land below the walls and the addition of the land above, it would create effectively 5 metre bunds to the bottom of each stud. And it can be seen looking at that scale there. It's difficult when it's on paper, but when you look at some down zoom in, you can actually see what that would create. That itself, without any head walls, grills, or any pumping stations, that in itself affects the openness of the green belt, both visually and spatially. Any questions on that aspect? Is it clear what I said there?
Yeah, that makes sense.
In addition, we've got the existing green belt boundary, which is in the valley, where it currently is. The new hedgerow in the plans, as you can see, I think it's on the same drawing, you can see where the new hedgerow would be. The red line across the top is in effect the creation of a new boundary by the developers. That is the separation between the built-up area and the countryside. That's the intention. And if I then take you to another document, and this one is the design proposal. It's in the design and access statement, page 55. I'll just look for a core document. It was what we saw at planning committee, and what it does, it gives an idea of what was the intention from the developer. I can read this out, and perhaps it's the design and access statement by the coder.
Are you aware of the core document list?
I believe the witness is referring to 1.2.5, which is design and access statement 2021.
Thank you, Sarah.
1.2.5, I have, is that a recent revision? It's really low, 1.2.1, 1.2.10, 1.2.11.
No, it's on the document section of the council's website. 1.2.5.
So it's not in my core documents.
I believe it is, madam.
It is.
Well, it is.
That's what was sent to me.
Forgive me, I'm not going to start an argument. It is listed as a core document, and although I haven't seen a physical bundle, I anticipate certainly that it should be there.
Did you say it was 1.2.5?
1.2.5.
1.2. It's all right, it didn't get transferred to me. It's really useful when you get the syllables. What pages?
1.2.5.
Yeah.
And it's page 55. And what I want to point here is out here. It talks about the transition edge between the built-up area and the countryside. And it's only a small statement, but it says the site boundary is to be planted with screening planting, so this is the new southern boundary, so as to manage the relationship between the built environment and open country beyond. So that's that single sentence in itself just
Last bullet.
that's the last bullet point, just so it's new. Page 55. And what's important about this is, for me, when I read this, and when other members saw this at planning committee, this was about understanding the difference between a built environment and open country. We'd always accepted that the greenbelt boundary was in the bottom of the valley. That was made very clear by planning officers. It was made very clear at the time of the local plan. And the importance of that was put to us over and over again. What it says here is something which struck me is not that we've been in conflict with that. The site boundary is to be planted with screening plantings so as to manage the relationship between the built environment and the open country beyond. So for me, looking at that was the intention all along of the developers of treating this area, puts that new boundary over into the green belt and up the valley as built environment.
This is the design access statement for the application, or
it's the one that we had a planning committee available to us.
When this application was identified, it's the design access statement for this application. And then just explain to me again, probably with this sentence about the site boundary being planted with green planting.
Oh no, there's no problem with
the significance of it.
The significance, yeah, is that it separates the built environment and the open country beyond. So it implies there that the built environment is everything below that into the valley in the greenbelt area. That's what we're talking about there. But that is the built environment. So that is what they consider the separation. Now, I would always consider the separation at the bottom of the valley, which was where greenbelt started. And then when we look at, and then further to that, the last point I'd like to make on that is when we look at the potential impact to that green belt, I refer to the proof of evidence from our group. They say on page 42, 5.5, that I therefore consider the potential impact upon the green belt to be very localized to this area. Well, on that, I do as well. It's on all this area of greenbelt, this localized area of greenbelt is where the impact will be. So the impact of those extra buttons, they're taking away the land below the buttons, they're building up the buttons where we've got 5 metre up to 16 foot buttons, and then that new boundary, which is planted, which manages the built area to the open countryside. The saying there that the potential impact will be in that area. I believe the impact is all that area, right up to the settlement you can see at the top of the hill, Spink Hill. And when you look at what it says in 148 of the planning framework, we have to place substantial weight to any harm. And the key for me, this, Inspector, was that it was any harm. And all these things put together, the possibility of what might be put in that sud area, what suds are generally made up of, all the bunding, the impact on the openness visually and spatially, that was enough, and it's still enough now that that's harm to the green belt, to the openness. So going back to my statement, it's also necessary to consider whether there is any conflict within the purposes of the green belt. The green belt at any point primarily serves two purposes: that of checking unrestricted sprawl, and that of safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. The local plans.
Mr. Coster, if I could just take you back for a moment. You've left paragraph 8.11, which is where you introduced the photographs in appendix 1. Do you wish to add anything in relation to those photographs?
I think the inspector will have always seen those photographs, and we'll have seen the people from where they're from. And what I didn't want to do is, I'm happy to go through them if the inspector wishes to, but I didn't want to labour the point. I think I've already spoken enough about how it will affect, how the openness will be affected.
Well, I think it would help if you talk through them, the photos generally, as you go, because obviously I've seen them, and the whole point of the inquiry is to get more than me just reading and looking at things from it. So we can do that. Just run through the papers and tell me what it is you want them to take away from each.
I think when you look at all these photos together, what you see is a valley that gently slopes away. All of them show that from the various vantage points. You can see the smoothness of the valley, you can see the openness, you can see that it's pastoral grazing land, and it's got no attenuation ponds in. There's nothing built up on it. There's no earthworks that have moved and created the suds. The three separate bunds that will be created, including on the first attenuation pond, the first sustained urban drainage system, they'd also be putting it at the top as well. So there's none of that to be seen there. So what all these photos show is just a natural pastoral valley. I think they all show that together.
So where would the funds be on here, for example? Put me through it. No, they'd be on here. You know, put me through.
It's difficult to tell from these photos from where I am here, but what I would say is probably the best one for me would be this one, would be that plan which we looked at earlier. That's much clearer. And it would be clearer as well when you take that plan and you visit this one, when you visit the site at the end of tomorrow. It would be clearer then. So 8.12, it is also necessary to consider whether there is any conflict with the purposes of the Green Belt. The Green Belt at this point primarily serves two purposes: that checking unrestricted sprawl and that safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. The local plan seeks to meet the development needs of the district through a planned approach, accepting that some release of land from the former Green Belt was necessary. The allocation envisaged that the essential infrastructure for the development would be accommodated within the allocated site. The Green Belt boundary, as revised, defined in the process recently adopted local plan, have been carefully considered through the local plan process. The SUD scheme is an essential component for the development. It cannot be disaggregated. Without the residential development, there would be no need for the SUD development. It represents a sprawl of the urban development and therefore conflicts with the Green Belt purpose. For the same reason, it also represents an urban encroachment into the Green Belt, as I've said earlier. And even when having regard to the latest indicative material, the SUDS development will be clearly recognisable as part of the urban residential development, connecting to it and itself appearing in unnatural engineered form against the backdrop of the residential properties and head wall. So we would lose that natural flowing valley, and you'd see a stepped groundworks through the whole valley. And it's difficult to tell on the photos because we don't have any photos of what it would look like, but you can certainly tell from the plans.
If you have some visualizations, but so you may take it there.
I may and certainly will achieve.
Yeah, it's helpful. You've seen the visualization.
I've seen the visualizations, but those visualizations, when I looked at those, they didn't look accurate at all, not when you compare them with the actual measurements. What you can't see is the 15-foot down wall at all, which in fact is what it is, 3 of them. You cannot see that at all. So I would agree that when those photos are brought to me, you can't tell from those photos. But I think you've got to remember both those photos and the aerial views. They are only, for me, artists' impressions of what they could look like. They're not actual photos of them when they're finished. What is more accurate, and I will go back to, is that document there that shows the actual measurements. So still on 8.15, for the same reason, also represents an urban encroachment into the Green Belt, even when having regard to the latest indicative material. The SUDS development will be clearly recognisable as part of the urban residential development, connecting to it and itself appearing in unnatural engineered form against the backdrop of the residential properties and head walls. The photographs appendix 2 on my proof to show 2 examples of such schemes in the district. I'm happy to stand for those to stand as they are. They were looking at those 2 which are in the district and not far from here. They were always what I've seen of suds and what suds have always been made up of. So that seems to be quite a common sub with the head walls and some. Unless you've got any questions, I'm happy to read those.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, those.
So just examples of subs.
The 2 examples of subs and what they might look like. So they demonstrate how, when actually seen in situ, the contrived landform appears as an urban feature with associated parking and structures. The development therefore conflicts with Greenbelt Purpose C. So 8.16 change of use. Policy SS10 of the recently adopted local plan does not have a material change of use in its list of developments that may be appropriate in the Greenbelt. It's a closed list. Thus, the change of use of the land from agriculture to source development is inappropriate in the Greenbelt in the context of the local plan policy. The 2021 framework does, however, provide for the material change of use of land, provided it preserves openness and does not conflict with Greenbelt purposes. SS10 is inconsistent with the 2021 framework at this point. The framework is a material consideration. Even if the framework is to carry weight in this regard, the use is such that, as already explained, it inherently involves changes to the landform to create such features that would affect the openness of the Greenbelt spatially and visually. The use overall would conflict with the Greenbelt purposes, paragraph 138, A and C of the framework. Even in the context of the framework, the development is still inappropriate in the Greenbelt. Going back to the material change of use, as I think I said at the beginning, it's not in our local plan, which is our go-to document, but it is in the 2021 NPPA. We place more weight as an authority on the local our local plan, which doesn't include it, than we do on the planning framework 2021. That's not to say we don't place any weight on it, but we place less weight on it. The conclusion on this issue is my view that the development would have a negative effect on the openness of the Greenbelt, both spatial and visually, and it would also conflict with the Greenbelt purposes A and C. It therefore follows that the development is inappropriate in the Greenbelt. After that, I go on to degrees of Greenbelt harm. As appropriate development in the Greenbelt, the development is harmful by definition. That harm in itself is harm that carries substantial weight. Photographs at Appendix 1 show the area proposed for the attenuation ponds. Photographs demonstrate the openness of the land presently and the wide extent to which it can be seen from public viewpoints, those the ones you mentioned earlier, Inspector, in views from the south. The photographs in Appendix 2 show other such developments in the district and demonstrate the infrastructure, pipes, sidewalls and structures that can be expected in such a development together with unnatural contrived landform and steep banking. The latest plans and sections submitted by the appellant are indicative only and are different from the indicative plans submitted to the application. Neither scheme is brought forward for approval in this appeal, and it remains unknown as to which final scheme would actually be. Regard should therefore be had to the appearance of other schemes in situ and assessing the degree of Greenbelt harm. Such development of this area of the appeal site would clearly display characteristics of an urban character with high bunds, as I've mentioned before. We're building up to 5 metre bunds with the removal and the addition of land in 3 separate areas, eroding openness both spatially and visibility and visually, or would clearly be seen by the observer from a number of public viewpoints, including the ones shown in my appendix, so the ones, the photos we looked at earlier.
Pausing there, I think you corrected the word visibility to vision. Not right.
It is. I think so. This part was covered, 8.25 was covered by Mr. Howlett in the opening statement, but I won't cover it again, so I do find it important, so I wanted to add one more thing to it. In assessing the suitability of the site for Greenbelt release, the local plan inspector gave particular consideration to the southern boundary, the need for this to be a defensible boundary, and the need to maintain visual separation between the development and Spring Hill, which is less than a kilometre to the south. to prevent coalescence. We often talk about neighbouring towns, preventing neighbouring towns from merging. And I know it's been referred to a few times, Balborough being the nearest town. But in fact, Springhill is the one you actually see. Everything else is over the hill when you're in the valley. So the one you see there is Springhill at the top with the church and the buildings. And that is what the statement there below is what the local planning inspector had to say about that. The reinforcement of the southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning would assist in mitigating the visual impacts of the development and would provide a clear demarcation between the built-up area and the countryside beyond, and would create a strong and defensible green belt boundary. Adequate visual separation would be maintained to the nearby segment of Springhill to prevent coalescence. And this follows, for me, it follows paragraph 143F of the planning framework. This is what was the inspector's intention at the time, what was spoken about at the time on greenbelt boundaries. Defining greenbelt boundaries clearly using physical features that are readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. So that's the actual valley bottom where the current greenbelt boundary is, not as is being suggested by the developer that it go halfway up into the greenbelt on the other side to create a new boundary. So all of this I've mentioned is we've accepted, and so did the local plan, and how important that greenbelt boundary was at the bottom. The movement of that further up the hill is in effect the developers want to move and create a new, in my mind, although they haven't said it in writing, they want to create a new greenbelt boundary. That's what they're looking to do, to go into it. So what I tried to say earlier in my statement is that, and especially in this code of planning document, that the developer considers everything below their new boundary, what they consider their boundary, they consider that to be built up area, and everything beyond it to be green belt. That's what's been made clear there, and why I brought it in at that point. So here, the difference is with the local plan inspector that they believe the boundary to be at the bottom, which is where it should be, which it was put on a recognisable feature that was already there. So in conclusion, on greenbelt and the effect on openness and the harm to the greenbelt, the degree of harm to the greenbelt as demonstrated would in my view be considerable. That considerable harm, beyond harm by definition, is harm to which substantial weight should be afforded. And that's what I did, and that's what the planning committee did as well, and we did as a council. That then brings me on to whether there's very special circumstances. A number of other considerations have been suggested by the appellant as weighing in the application's favour. In consideration of these matters, there is no reason to doubt that housing development will come forward on the allocated site should this proposal be refused. Any benefits derived from the appealed development would lie only in the difference of numbers. So that's between the 330 and the 397. So the 67 houses difference. The development would deliver some additional dwellings, including family homes, beyond the approximate number set out in the local plan policy, LC1, that would be delivered in any event. However, the council presently has as you probably know already, Inspector, 6.94 years housing land supply. On average, 377 dwellings per annum have been delivered across the district over the last 8 years. And completions over the last 3 years have been 437, 465, and 555. So that's why we thought that part carried very little weight. When we look at our objectively assessed need as a council, that was given as 283. The administration at the time set it to 330, which shows that we're trying to deliver housing and also trying to deliver on affordable housing as well. So the objectively assessed need was 283. So we expect to deliver more than 330 next year, even without any on this site at all. And the current projection is 569. So out of 8.29, that's why we placed very little weight there. 8.3, the development would deliver some additional affordable homes beyond the number that would be delivered by the development within the allocated site. Whilst the district has a need for affordable homes, the quantum would be small in number and would be at the expense of greenbelt land. So that itself carried very little weight as well. Now, our objectively assessed need, what we don't have for this inspector is a target. Our objectively assessed need is 172 per annum. What we do have is a policy that requires 20% of houses built to be affordable. Now, when this was looked at in the Strategic Housing Market Assessment of 2017, it was said there that that's not realistic or justified, that 172 figure, and that the planning system alone couldn't deliver on this. Obviously, if we're only building 330 a year, 20% of that is not going to deliver the 172. That part isn't in my proof, Inspector, but it's the Strategic Housing Market Assessment 2017.
Right, no, this isn't helping me a lot, to be frank. I expected your advocate to talk you through the arguments in accordance with the main issues I set out a long time ago. This inquiry. What we're doing is cantering through and adding in stuff that's not in your proof. That's not helpful to me. Because I have nothing to go on from what you're talking about. You're just talking at me. Can I have a word with the two advocates, please, on how we can have this witness? There are ways and means. I've never had a witness like this. And it's not a personal attack. You should be walked through this by your advocate. So if I can have a word with the advocates, please, about how we can better present this information so it helps me. And please remember, it's to help me. So as I said at the start, if you could go with what helps me understand the information and not just chuck facts at me that aren't in the stuff that I've prepared, that would be helpful.
On that Inspector, I'm happy to follow advice from Mr. Howard. What I've tried to do is I've referred to documents and given time to refer to those. But when I'm happy to withdraw that point there. If it's not easily found, it may be.
Well, it's not found if it's not in the proof, is it?
If it's in the core documents, it's
yeah, but your proof is setting out your argument, and your argument is changing. Okay.
Okay.
You've got to give everyone a fair chance, myself included, to keep up. Okay. Can I have a quick word, please, for the two advocates? We'll just take the German. is going to guide you, okay, as you get to the end of your evidence and achieve, right?
Can I just explain, Inspector?
And just open the second line.
Yes, Mr. Foster, you were dealing under the heading of whether very special circumstances at paragraph 8.29. And you then gave some additional statistics about affordable housing. It's not in your group, and I'm not going to ask you about. But you said, paragraph 8.30, that the consideration of some additional affordable homes is one to which you attribute little weight. Can you explain, please, in terms of evaluating weight in relation to special circumstances in Greenbelt Harm, why you conclude that the provision of some additional affordable homes is a matter that would carry very little weight? I'm sorry, would carry little weight.
It would carry little weight because we were only looking at the only amount that we should be looking at is the difference between the 397 and the 330, 67. So we'd be looking at, in effect, 20% of that. So we'd be looking at what, 13 extra houses. Now, when you compare that to the harm, it would be to the Greenbelt. It's those 13 houses, in fact, which is why it carried little weight. And I just say, Inspector, what I tried to do, and I've been advised to do as I worked through this, was to go through my statement and try and expand on things as I went through. So that was my intention. So my apologies if it's not what you requested.
That's okay.
I apologise.
It's really down to your output to go through.
Yes, could you then please, over the page, you deal with the question of highway mitigation and the provision of social infrastructure. How much weight do you attach to that, and why?
We do. I myself and the planning committee at the time put no weight on that because what was being provided was only what would be expected anyway of the development of this size.
What is your assessment of the weight to be attributed to economic benefits through employment opportunity?
Well, on that, the figures are difficult to challenge as we haven't done our own assessment on the economic benefits. But we should be looking at these figures as again they're based on the 397 houses. And if the developer had put the 330 on the allocated side instead of the 397 or 396 as per the local plan submissions on the same allocated site outside the Greenbelt, these benefits would still be delivered. The only part that carries little weight is the extra economic benefit of the extra 67 houses, but that's at the expense of the Greenbelt and Snowler.
And what about economic and commercial benefit generally? How do you assess the weight of that?
If we look at 8.3, weight should not be given to the commercial benefit of the house building industry or benefits of council in terms of new bonus or council tax. On that, I'd refer to, if I'm able to, is what it says in the planning practice guidance on this document, paragraph 011, and it says when should a local finance consideration be taken into account as a material planning consideration, and it doesn't. Whether or not a local finance consideration is material to a particular decision will depend on whether it can help or make the term development acceptable in planning terms. It would not be appropriate to make a decision based on the potential for the development to raise money for a local authority or government body. So if we don't accept that as an actual document, I'm happy to just state that as an answer in Mr. Howard. That's from the planning practice guidance.
And then a matter that has been advanced as a benefit is the integration of green spaces, trees and hedges within the allocated site. What is your assessment of the weight to be attached to that?
Well, it was Littleway. They say they're delivering 40% of green space within the development. And if you look at the 17 hectares of the site, 1.4 hectares of that is greenbelt. Then if you look at our policy requirements of the local plan, 8.58 page 142 of the local plan, 30% is our starting point. So I'd say, why shouldn't they deliver 40% when some is already in greenbelt? 1.4 hectares is already in greenbelt. So, so for me, there's nothing special there. And you also, if you factor in the footpaths as well, that would also add up to the 40%. So for me, that's just as it is. So the 40% is nothing special. 30% is what required anyway, and that's not. That's only a starting point. The 30%. So no. So little way to be put to that, Australia.
And then paragraph 8.35, you conclude that none of the purported public benefits, singly or when weighed together, will clearly outweigh the greenbelt harm. Very special circumstances are not demonstrated. Now, what I'd like to do, perhaps, is just recap, if we may, on harm. Just in your own words, why do you consider this development of the attenuation area to be inappropriate within the green belt? What is your thinking that leads you to that point?
My thinking is that a sustained urban drainage system is, by definition, it's urban, and it's within the green belt. It's got many features, including head walls, it could be pumping stations, it could all be all manner of different buildings. All plans we've had so far put forward have only been indicative. So they are urban systems, as pointed out in the code of planning document which I referred to earlier. That's the actual buildings within as such are, but the actual movement of Earth, which affects the and the spatial and the visual aspect. I've tried to describe that already, but just summing up, it's the movement of Earth to create those huge bunds, those 5-meter bunds, which would be 16-foot bunds. In 3 of them, build up of land in front of the first one. That whole aspect seen from the ground, that is what would affect the openness, both visually and spatially, of the green belt.
Again, in your own words, what is your view of the effect that this proposal would have on the openness of this green belt, and why do you reach that view?
Without repeating myself again, I think when you're on the ground and you're walking through that sloping valley, that pastoral valley, as it currently is, grazing land, it's quite clear that a series of steps, what I would say would look more like reservoirs, a series of would definitely affect the openness on any of the footpaths that would be there. It'd be quite clear on the ground from any position. Now, the photos we took, there were 6 photos, but you could walk in any direction and you would see that it affects the openness. It'd be quite clear from on the ground. You can see. I've been around the site, I've seen the site, and you can see how it would be affected, and you can see where those would be. When you take down the actual plan itself, when you take down this plan and this longitudinal cross section, you can see that you can stand in front and you can see exactly where those bunds would be. And you can see how it affects the openness from that, not from a drone photo, not from a photo which is just greenery, but when you're actually on the ground and you've got that in front of you, it's then you can see. So it can't not affect the openness of the green belt.
Is there anything you wish to add in relation to payment of green belt purposes? Or why you think that is position it would not?
Other than what I've said already, Mr. Howard, what I would say is I'm a big advocate of the protection of green belt myself. and I know other members of the planning committee are, and that's why we arrived at this decision. And it's not only where we are now, it's about where the country's going as well. If you look at and I know it's not a consideration, but you've asked me for a general view, so it's not a consideration that I accept. But if you look at where we're going with the levelling of white paper, there's a commitment amongst many politicians by our central government made to further greening up the green belt, and that's what's been said in the examination of the new white paper. Also, not forcing councils to review it. So my view is that it's our policy as it stands, the planning framework and our local plan is still not as strong as it should be in protecting the green belt. And I think that's recognised by central government. That's why there's a push in that direction. So in summing up, I do believe that we should be protecting this area of green belt, and I think this would certainly be it'd be significant harm on the green belt as I described, and for me the appeal should therefore fail.
Go to your section 9, please.
Planning balance and conclusion, yeah.
Just quickly summarise the last 3 paragraphs, 9.1 to 9.3.
There are no considerations other than those referred to above which could weigh in favour of granting planning permission for the development, and considerations referred to that do not clearly outweigh the green belt harm. I've tried to show that in the last part that there were no economic benefits, integration of green spaces, commercial benefit that outweigh any of those that outweigh the harm that would be made to the green belt. The development fails to incorporate policy SS10 of the development plan as a whole, which seeks to obtain a sustainable pattern of development for the district, meeting development needs, whilst at the same time protecting the countryside of the green belt. Development does not accord with the National Planning Framework on Green Belt as set out in paragraph 147.150. The framework is not a consideration weighing against the development plan in the proposal's favour. So the decision should be made in accordance with our development plan, our local plan, and the appeal should therefore fail.
Adam, that concludes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, just on the day, in this case. Apologies if you think it's repetition. But green belt policy is fairly formulaic and we have to work through it. So you're telling me this is inappropriate development in the green belt. Have we got a copy of the National Plan Framework?
Yeah.
147. What about 150? Let's look at paragraph 150. So it's inappropriate development in your view because it doesn't fit within that list there?
Well, it says certain other forms of development are also not inappropriate, provided they preserve its openness. So I'm arguing that it does not preserve, from the start, it doesn't preserve its openness. Okay, well, let's just go to the very beginning. So which under 150 would it potentially fit if we have about openness and privacy? It could fit engineering operations. Yeah, there. So we accept this, and but that's provided it preserves the openness. Okay. Yeah. Anything else? Well, here, and I spoke about this. I don't mind different to you development plan, I know. That's right. So different type of development plan, and that's what we put first. Our development plan, and I tried to talk about that in the summary at the end. So we're a development plan first. And, got it. But just humour me for a second. Paragraph 150. Yeah. What would it fit under? If we looked at this, it would fit under the. Potentially. Yeah. That's right. Okay. Good. Tick. That's it. That's where we're potentially sitting. 150 feet in. Now, then we have to consider would an engineering operational or material change of use preserve openness? That's the thing to think about. So you're saying to me, I don't want to put words to me now, but I'm trying to help you through. It won't preserve openness. Am I right? That's what you're saying. And just remind me again why. We can have a look at this plan, if that's your name. Well, openness, as I said earlier, is split between visually. Yeah. Visually. And visually. Let's start with spatial.
Why will it spatially?
Spatially, that's all about the amounts of earth that are being moved from one place to another, plus the addition possibly at different times of year and different weather environments, and the addition of water as well.
Right.
So the addition of water, the removal of earth from one place to another, the creation of the bunds, the creation possibly up the valley towards the new boundary of further earthworks there. So all that movement of earthworks at the minute, as I'm trying to describe, it's a valley that goes down and goes up and it flows down across that boundary. So that is a very, very, when you see it, it's a very, very open area. So there is an openness to the green belt there that stretches all the way up to Spinfield. Any movement down there, and it's when you look at it, it's quite substantial movement of earthworks and the creation basically of three subs, effectively three dams, as it would go up the valley. It's that in itself that would look visually and spatially.
Okay, well, let's just stick it spatially first. I'm going to take it real step by step. So spatially, you're telling me it's the creation of earth funds, the digging soil out, putting in a pile there, affects openness spatially, and when that hollow fills with water, that's spatial.
That's spatial.
That's what you're putting to me.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else spatially that might be affecting openness in your view? No? We're talking about other structures?
Well, I was looking at the head walls, and I was looking at those from a visual aspect.
Right.
It's included in a spatial aspect, except I was looking at those from a visual aspect.
Okay, so nothing else spatially then? No. Okay, so then visually, what's taking up our openness then?
Visually, it's the same thing. It's the movement of earthworks. It's the creation of those high bonds.
Earth and water again. Shall we just say that?
Yeah. Yeah. And then any head walls, any pumping stations, any other engineering. I think there's a list that I put in my yeah.
So shall we call those ancillary structures?
Yes, please.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that's openness, yeah. Yeah.
That's all.
That's openness, yeah. Okay, then conflicting with the purposes of including man within the green belt. So let's go back to paragraph 138. So what say you is conflicting there?
Well, that's about the 5 purposes of the green belt, and I'm looking at A and C. And looking at A and C, they're both two sides of the. I mean, one is protecting the countryside from encroachment in C, so safeguarding that countryside, and that's below that on one side of that green belt boundary, C, and on the other side, checking the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. And as we've heard from witnesses, Killamarsh is a large built-up area and will be even larger once development is put in. So if this development was to go down to the to the green belt, it's that green belt boundary that would check that that unrestricted sprawl.
Okay, so just explaining to me how these attenuation basins, in your mind, represents sprawl and encroachment.
That's because of they are urban designs in themselves, as I'm trying to describe with all the different ancillary work for head walls and everything else. And also going back to that code document, they are accepted by many to be urban designs in themselves. So I think I've tried to describe that already. It's in that document which describes sort of as a built-up area, and that new boundary further up the hill into the green belt has been the separation between countryside and a built-up area. So that is still, for me, it's a built-up area, the urban in design, and they are part of the sprawl themselves. Oh, and I do accept that it's not the same as the house, absolutely. So I would never argue that, but it's still urban in design by what we are.
So having done all that, that's how you get to inappropriate development. You do that. So we know that if you find that whatever we farm to the green belt, that this carries substantial weight. We know that from the framework, don't we?
Yeah.
So that's 148. Substantial weight should be given to any farm to the green belt. But it's good practice to quantify the degree of any harm to openness and the purposes of including land in the green belt. For example, moderate or significant. So I'm interested to know from you what harm you attribute these harms, what degree of harm. Does that make sense?
It does, and I don't mind going through it again, but I've tried to cover that in my proof of evidence from 8.21 about the harm, and I've included the photo which we've discussed already.
Have you attributed weight to it?
It was classed as substantial weight in 8.21.
Are you just using what's in the framework then? Or
we're using paragraph 48 in the framework. Yeah, when considering any planning application, local planning authorities should ensure that substantial weight is given to any harm of the green belt. So the fact that it is harm, it's any harm is substantial weight.
okay,
And
so let me just stop you there. So your view is that any harm, you don't specify the degree of harm. So you can have all sorts of different types of harms going on without. For argument's sake, you could have a fence, small section fence, or you could have a development of 1,000 houses. Would you give both? I mean, they both carry substantial weight, but would you give any, would you be able to quantify the degree of harm in different cases? We know that we give that harm substantial weight, but can you quantify the harm itself? Have you given thought to that? And you can just say, no, I haven't.
I have given thought to that, and I would say that it's if you're choosing that out, and yes, you'd be right to say I wouldn't give the suds say it harmed that green belt as much as a row of houses or a street. Absolutely.
So can you give me a degree of harm to the suds? Noting that we will give it substantial weight, but what is the degree of harm?
I'd say considerable.
Okay.
Considerable. And I know it's all in the choice of words, but in my own words, I would say considerable. And that's because, and I go back to that longitudinal assessment, that diagram, if you've got 15-foot buttons, a series of those.
Yeah, I know the reasoning why.
Sorry?
I do understand the reasoning why, and where you see the harm, but what's your scale then? Is considerable right at the top? Is it in the middle?
It's in the middle. Is it considerable?
You would call considerable middle, would you?
Well, I'd go with
on a scale of harm.
If you're looking for a choice of words, we could choose disastrous at one end and very little at the other.
You never put disastrous in a decision yet. Okay, what about if we had something like, okay, well, let's go with your words, but you're saying considerable then is towards the middle of your scale of harm.
I think so, considerable harm to the green belt, that's my view.
But you would say it's towards the middle?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd be happy to, if you give me your own description of what you thought or others thought those degrees were, and I'd be happy to describe where it might fall there. But if you're asking me for my description, I'd be saying, you know, my own description in my own words would be considerable. That's an honest view.
Considerable, but to understand where considerable lies on your scale, you're saying that's towards the middle.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Can we just go back to the master plan that was on the, that was considered when it went to local plan, which I think was 4.1.1C.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
4.1.1C, this master plan that, so the inspector was looking at when determining whether this site would be allocated for housing. Is that look familiar? It's in the, you have this document right at the start, I think. Yeah. It's the, yeah, it's the,
Oh, that one.
yeah, the code of planning, post representation, and it's got a master plan in it.
I've got that code of planning.
Yeah, so it's appendix A, the indicative master plan. Where we see a development of, I think it was 396 houses with subs within the boundary that doesn't extend into that. And now you talked about, which we mentioned a couple of times, about this defensible boundary shown in the master plan. Can you just show me where that is?
Oh, on there, that boundary, it's difficult when you don't have it overlaying another, like an ordnance survey or anything else. But all I've got is that, and I believe the actual green belt boundary is on the bottom.
Okay.
There. That's that red line.
So where was the defensible boundary that the inspector was talking about?
Along that red line.
Can we see anything that looks like a defensible hedge boundary? Is that
Well,
what you're talking
all
about?
we've actually got here, Inspector, is that plan of the site, and that new green belt boundary along the bottom. That's, but bearing in mind, these aren't my documents. These documents I'm working, they're from Coda, and these documents are more about the layout of KL1.
Is this the plan that the inspector was talking about when she talked about a defensible boundary?
It's not the, I don't think this was the plan, but that was the line. That was the green belt boundary. This is the one that
So
was.
we don't know if she's talking about this plan.
This is I know she was talking about that boundary along the bottom, and this is the plan that was, this was the master plan that was made up to that boundary, and this is the one that was available to us at the planning committee.
Okay.
Sorry, that it was our, this was our representation of the local plan, this one. That one was. So that one was available to. It was the other one, it was this one that was available at the planning committee. It was this one,
Yeah,
should refer back to, that was the,
yeah, this is the design and access statement that went with the application for this. I believe you're referring to as the master plan that the inspector looked at when considering the site.
yes, that's right.
Over the plan, and there is something made of the fact that she said there's a defensible boundary on the south. I'm just trying to see that on the master plan.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know, but she's on the site and it's just she had the outline. Well, this one,
This, yes.
she had this outline. Okay. So where's this defensible boundary?
It's along that line there.
Okay. It's just on that line. Right. Last question, I think, which I'm sure you'll agree with, I believe. We weighed into, have we taken into consideration other harms in coming to your conclusion?
I think it's mainly it's what I've put in my proof of evidence. I think I've covered all the harms to the green belt.
So the green belt, yes, but what about any other harms?
Well, what I've come to speak on is about harm to the green belt,
Right.
and that's it's reason 2 of reasons for refusal.
But remember the planning committee report, I think, weighs in other harms. I'm not going to hear evidence on that by the sound of it.
I think we already, we've already decided as a council that we wouldn't be defending.
No, there weren't reasons for refusal. For example, I think they found less than substantial harm to their heritage assets, which need to be weighed in. I have statutory duty to consider that as well. Normally a planning witness would deal with the main issues and then do an overall planning balance, but that's not what you're here to do.
I'm not here to buy it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Right, Mr. Saber, you need to cross the family. Would you like a brief adjournment?
Yeah, comfort break would be good. And I'm not sure that don't know if I'm thinking of sitting. So.
Yes, the way today's going back to no.
Well, in fairness, we've got quite a bit of slack in the time table.
Yes, we do. Yeah. The only thing is that we'd have to split your cross-examination.
Well, I think
in the worst case scenario.
That's what I'm getting to. My time estimate was 2 hours. I think that would be.
Okay. That is quite late.
That's.
So do you what does everybody think? And are you happy with this?
Yeah.
Because obviously then you can't speak to it on your own. You have to take care overnight that you don't speak to you and so on.
I'll just carry on.
So we carry on as much as we can really, and then we would take a break and we'll finish up tomorrow. And then we're going to go. That's it.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, with you, Mr. Howard. Yes. Okay, let's take a comfort break till 4:30 then. And we'll see how we're going. I think we're probably all here. We're a little bit early. No one's spotting anyone that thinks some thumbs up. As it's getting on to the day, should we push on maybe 2 minutes early? And just to say, just if you can, somewhere about 5:30 finishing, if you could find an actual break, then that would be useful. I think also
I will, and if I don't, give me a mention.
you know me, quite natural.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, good afternoon, late afternoon, been quite a long day. First of all, I'm just a little bit surprised to see you as the witness here. There was no indication of that at the case management conference, and no indication of that in the discussions over the statement of common ground. Council does have an external professional planning officer witness. Too late.
Yes.
Why is it that she's not giving the evidence?
I volunteered.
Did you ask her if she was prepared to give the evidence?
I think we discussed it in passing, but I always intended to be able to volunteer anyway.
No indication of that previously.
No.
Okay. It's not because you asked her and she said, "Don't think I can make that case stand up."
No.
As a planning witness in a public inquiry, is this something that you've done before?
No.
Have you ever given evidence in relation to green belt matters before?
No.
Do you have any planning qualifications? I know you're on the committee. Do you have any planning qualifications?
No official qualifications. No, just experience and internal training and external training with some LGA.
Did you write the proof?
I wrote the proof, yeah.
And so I can ask you detailed questions about it.
You can.
Can I just quiz you a little bit about your role in the decision making? I mean, this will be in the front of your mind. We can go to the core documents on this if we need to, but I suspect we won't. First of all, when the decision was made by the planning committee against the officer recommendation in May last year, when it was refused, it was you that raised the motion to go against the officer recommendation.
It was.
And in November the 22nd committee, when the council resolved not to defend any of the witness refusal, you weren't present, were you?
I wasn't at that first meeting.
And the minute of that meeting is pretty clear that the council said, having taken legal advice, and in order to save costs, in terms of presumably an expectation that there might be a cost application against the council, the reason should all be withdrawn. That's right.
That's correct.
Yeah. But then what seemed to happen next, I think, is that only a short time afterwards there was a special committee because somebody asked for that decision to be rescinded. Was that you?
There was talk amongst a few councillors at the time. I think it was 6 that were involved. I was one of that 6. Afterwards, after that first decision that was made, it's difficult to say, but when there was talk amongst the council, and what they said were they felt uncomfortable with the decision that had been made to withdraw. To withdraw and not fight it at all. They weren't sure of the advice that's been given. They wanted to look at it again, and that's why 6 people asked for that extraordinary meeting and asked if we brought it in. they didn't feel they had enough time to look at those details, look at that legal advice.
And there was legal advice and it was relating to costs.
I wasn't at the first meeting. The legal advice was around, I believe, the viability of challenging.
I do trust that the learning that is not going to seek to introduce the privilege into them.
No, we're just asking you about it.
I asked him what the advice was.
Can we understand this? That extra meeting, the December 13th meeting, you actually brought a motion to put all of the reasons for refusal back in.
Now, you said there were the 4 points on my mind. I'd have to look through all of those, but I'd say yes.
Yes, well, we can, this is to save time, but for your pen, if you want to have a look at it, it's in CD 1.3.6. And you will find it, that's page 7, where you brought a motion to say, actually, no, we'll have all of those reasons for refusal back up in.
At that meeting, I felt those were still relevant as much as they were at the beginning. Absolutely.
So left to you, we will be fighting them all.
The thing is, it's these things aren't left to me. I'm
trying to understand your position.
I'll explain to you so you understand it. My position was I felt those 7 were still all valid reasons, and I did inspect it. But the committee as a whole, because whenever decisions were made, they're made with group councillors, and the planning members as a whole felt that only one. And that's why we decided not to. The planning committee decided, and so did I. Because sometimes when you're an elected member, let me finish on this. Sometimes when you're an elected member, it's not just your own voice you put forward and your own opinion. You put the opinions of either residents forward or other members of the committee. And I'm used to doing that. I'm used to dropping my own reasons. I'm used to dropping things I feel important and taking other people's considerations on board. And that's what I did in this case. So that's why I myself now, I'm not fighting the other seats. I'm only fighting this.
You're going with the council's position.
Absolutely.
I understand that.
But my opinion at the time was still there.
What I think I can tell from this is that you were one of the movers to get it back to another committee after all the reasons were got. And that committee, you were one of the people who said, actually, we should reintroduce all of it.
I was one of the 6 people. So one of the movers that asked to bring it back to an extraordinary committee.
And you're actually minuted as the person who brought forward the decision of them to vote on that, to bring in all of the reasons back to the would have been said.
I think we said that already. I was happy to for that. But after that point, the committee decided to fight on one, and that was my position afterwards, and it is now.
Good. Now, can you have a look at the council's statement of case, and we'll find that in one of the core documents. It's 3, 2, 3.
I've asked the inspector if we have some support from to be able to pass these documents. Rather than you watching me search.
If Mr. Gray wants to act to help on that, that's absolutely fine.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she can't.
Do you want a chair over there?
Yeah.
So you're standing.
I'm happy not to take advice.
Well, I think we hear it. I think we hear it. Three, 2, 3. Sorry, just in case you get that right. 3, 2, 3. Should have on the sign CD 3 as the bundle. So this was the council's statement of case, which was submitted in January. Did you have a hand in those?
I think I'm handing putting this together now.
Who did, do you know?
I suspect that would be our officer, Susan Ray and our officers.
So if you turn to page 3 of that document, in 3.3, there's reference to material that was ultimately submitted on the 3rd of February. If the inspector agrees to submission of further evidence, the council would like an opportunity to consider and comment upon it. Also seek comments and advice from its consultees as appropriate. And we know that that was explained to be in advance. Material to provide more illustrative material for the subspaces. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you taken that opportunity to seek comments and advice from consultees or others?
What I have done in preparing my,
Obviously, yes, no.
in preparing my statement, what I have done is look at what you provided.
That's not the question. The question is whether you have taken that opportunity to seek advice from others as to the effect of that material.
I haven't myself taken.
Nobody else. I
can't answer that. I don't know.
You're the author of the proof. We know you haven't, and you're the only person putting the council's case.
Well, I don't know if anybody else has in the council, but I haven't.
Okay. And why not? Well, see, it seems to me that you persuaded the committee to reinstate reason 2 in relation to Greenbelt. You're the mouthpiece here of the council. Did the council get a chance to have a look at this material in order to see whether it made any difference?
No, I think what we did do, we looked at what was provided by yourself. So
you did. I'm asking if the council did or any other consultee.
No.
No. You didn't take it back to members to say, look, Harworth have put all this material in now, does it make a difference to the position? Because the reason for refusal was about a claimed lack of information, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And on that, it was, if we go back to if we look at
go down that point just yet, just
okay.
This point before we move on.
It wasn't about lack of information. We made a decision on information that we had. I think that's important.
So just so that I'm clear, then more information was provided. And you've not gone back to the council. You've not gone back to any other consultee. You've not sought any advice from anyone. You just said, I'm defending this reason for refusal, so I'm going to write this proof.
That's what happened, but we took legal advice from Mr. Howard.
At that point, really?
That was up to the point where we made the decision to defend just on.
No, I'm after that. I'm at the 3rd of February when the material was submitted.
Nonsense then.
No, right. Now we'll come to the actual reasons for refusal. I don't think you need that document in the core documents anymore. That's not the case. So it's common ground because it's stated in the statement of common ground that reasons for refusal have to be clear, precise, and full. And indeed, that is a requirement of regulation. That's agreed, isn't it? In 1.5 of the statement of common ground, it says it's in terms Article 35 to the country planning development management procedure order.
There's some question about the statement of common ground.
I'm asking you a question about whether or not you agree with me that reasons for refusal have to be clear, precise, and full.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's have a look at reason for refusal number 2. And if you've got the statement of common ground, that's as good a place as any to see it, because it's on the same page, the 5th page of that document. Site extends beyond the settlement development limits. The Killamarsh into an area located within the greenbelt faction so far. Whilst only attenuation ponds and ancillary development, we'll come back to that because it's not true, are shown within this area on the indicative layout. No detail of the nature or scale of the works necessary to perform them has been submitted. Therefore, it's concluded that without information to the contrary, it would fail to preserve openness. The terms of the actual reason are no sufficient from the council's view information details, and therefore it is assumed not to preserve openness and to conflict with purposes because those pieces of information the council claimed were missing. That was part of it. Well, that wasn't, because that reason had to be in law very precise and full.
As I given in my evidence earlier, we also put forward other reasons for
but those aren't being pursued.
Well, about affecting the openness of the greenbelt, not just about that ancillary equipment.
No, that's not the point I'm putting to you. It is the lack of details, claimed lack of details, therefore, so it's because of those lack of details, it is concluded without the information to the contrary, it would fail to preserve openness and conflict of purposes.
Okay.
Yes, okay. And so it was the lack of details that made you, as a council, when this refusal notice was drawn up, conclude if we don't have the information, we will presume it is going to be not preserving openness and conflicting with purposes.
I think it's fair to say that we are allowed to make as a planning committee information on decisions on information that's available when it's presented to. And it was
sort of my point, you see. There was no attempt on the 13th of December or the 22nd of November to recast the terms of this refusal, was there?
Okay.
And there was no attempt to add anything to it, was there?
No.
And those details have now been provided, and you haven't been back to them to ask them the question, is that sufficient? So your evidence is yours without actual mandate of the council.
I take your point about it. It's without a mandate from the rest of the planning members. Yeah, and it hasn't been back to planning committee now.
Okay. But what you're now saying, if I understand it, is that it's not a lack of detail so much as this is, in fact, something that you say will not preserve openness and will conflict with purposes. Yeah. So you've added to the reasons for refusal. Not because of lack of detail, but in fact it is. You've gone a step further.
No, the committee, however it's wrote up, the committee said at the time that the openness of the greenbelt would be affected. And we did discuss how sub were formed. We discussed the openness of the greenbelt. We discussed how earth would be. And as I've said earlier in the statement, the committee discussed that.
So it wasn't about lack of detail then, because they were able to form a judgment, you're now saying. And what's written here then about the lack of details, and therefore it's presumed that it will be harmful, is sort of revising.
No, the detail we had at the time, we were allowed to make a decision on. That's what we did.
All right, I've got the answer. Okay. Let's have a look at some issues in relation to policy within that reason for refusal. This is a sort of an underarm bowl, but that reason at the bottom talks about ID10 as well as SS10, and ID10 is a non-starter here. I think it's I think that's how it was. Yeah. So the only local plan policy we're dealing with is SS10, and we'll come to it in a bit more detail in due course. But let me just understand this. you're not relying in making your case on any other local plan policy at all, are you?
We're making it on SS10 as we set out. Yeah, it's purely our green belt.
And just to be clear, you're not relying upon SS1 or 2 or 9 or ST4 or LC1.
Well, when we look at SS1, that's an overarching policy, and it's
No mention of it in your brief.
I'm sorry.
No mention of it in your brief or in your evidence of chief.
The reason I mention it is it's not mentioned in the proof, no. But if you're asking me about SS1,
I'm asking you if you're relying upon any other policies. I'm giving you the opportunity.
no, SS10.
No. So next topic is use of planning conditions. You say in your proof that conditions won't address your concerns. But you also say, that's at 2.4, you also go on to say at 8.2 that this scheme in the green belt I'm talking about could include several things, and you give us a whole list of things. You talk about buildings, you talk about structures, you talk about head walls. You've spoken about head walls this afternoon. You've spoken about chambers. You've spoken about all sorts of structures of an ancillary nature. Yes?
Yeah.
Now, you're not trying to tell me, are you, that it isn't possible to impose a condition to prevent those things from being in the part of the site which is green? That would be the simplest of conditions to draft.
It could be, but it wasn't just that. It was, like I said before, it wasn't just the ancillary equipment, the head walls. It was about that. That is an issue.
Before you expand your answer, what I'd like is a very clear point, yes or no. It is clearly possible to impose a condition to preclude from the green belt all of those things that I've just listed.
Much like I said in 8.2, acknowledge that by reference, the planning convention could be imposed.
Yes. Yeah. And we know, don't we, it's in the national framework that conditions are to be used in order to make development acceptable that could otherwise not be. Yeah. Paragraph 55. We know also that the NPPG echoes that.
I don't know that.
It's paragraph 21A 001. Make development acceptable, avoid reasons for refusal, impose conditions where they can do the job. Yeah?
Can't confirm that, so don't have anything.
Do you want to look it up if you're not sure? Because I'm not to bamboozle you.
I'm happy that's a big issue to the inspector.
Yeah, well,
it's true.
It's similar to the framework, so you have to put your framework that says that.
Yeah, exactly.
But finally, it's the framework will put that.
Paragraph 55 is what I was referring to in the framework, and then the PPG 21A 001. It's more or less. But there's another point in the framework, and this is in the core documents. If you don't have it handy, it's 5.1.2. And the PPG reference is 16-049. So 5.1.2, if you want to something like that. Paragraph number 16049. The rest of that reference is just the date it was created.
Paragraph 16.
I apologise. It's 16048. I'm giving the wrong reference. It's not 49. It's the one that preceded. The heading is what type of behaviour may give rise to substantive award against the local planning authority. It's talking about costs.
I'm struggling to find that here.
That paragraph has a series of bullet points, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4 down.
Bear with me. I'm struggling to find that here.
Yeah, no, take your time. 16-048. Yes, it's so happens. 048. And the fourth bullet point. Would you read it for me, please? Refusing planning permission on.
Refusing planning permission on the planning ground, capable of being dealt with by conditions, risks, and award of costs, where it is concluded that suitable conditions would enable those developments to go ahead.
So there's quite a burden on the council in saying I'm not going to take conditions that might preclude the things which you set out in your brief as things that you are fearful of. Quite a burden on you to get it right.
Yeah.
Because if you reject conditions that could preclude things that make a difference, then that could be unreasonable behaviour and could be liable to cost.
That's the burden. That's if you just, I realise the burden, that's if you're just talking about those ancillary equipment, head walls being put into the green belt part of the subs. It doesn't alter the point about the rest. But we always had a clear view of what sub would be, the movement of the earthworks with the size of the embankments that would be created. So
you always had a clear view, and yet you refused to look at information. Okay. Now, what I'd like to do is just see how other decision makers faced with a similar set of circumstances that approach things. But before I do, can I ask this? Have you previously dealt with any instance where there is proposed to be some sort of a green light in your time of no. So this is all new to you.
yeah, it's everything. Yeah.
Okay. So there are a couple of decisions that I'd just like to have a look at with you if I could. The first is at Pool in Wharfdale, Inspector Park, and it's CV 616. And the second is in the same bundle, hopefully 613, at Huntingdon, New York. Six 616, first of all, then 613.
Six 116.
Yeah. Just before we dive into that, in the light of the discussion that we just had about conditions, and the answer that you gave just before I talked about pools for a moment, is it now your case, because it certainly seems to be, that you're not concerned about ancillary structures because you accept making the condition not to be in agreement?
I'm still concerned about where those state walls would be, because all the plans have only ever been indicative. When it comes to,
So what you're saying is you do not accept the condition can be imposed to make sure that they are not improved.
I accept that it could be.
Yes. And so that aspect of your case when you refer to buildings and other ancillary matters, we'll come to the ground again. Okay, I'm just carving that separate. But all other matters you accept can be conditioned so that they are not in the greenhouse, and that is an appropriate use of conditions.
Those and salary, just those and salary wards, yeah.
So let's go back to pool, which hopefully you have 616. We'll see it's a decision from Inspector Clark. It's Pool and Wharfdale. You see it's an outline. Planning permission was granted. It's for 70 dwellings. All of that's in the first page at the top. And we turn to the second page, paragraph 7. Part of the site lies within the green belt, but it's accepted that the use of that part of the site for drainage basin would not be an appropriate use of land within the green belt. There is no suggestion of such limitation being secured by condition. But the council's development plan policies on the use of land in the green belt would apply in any event to any reserve matters application, and the inquiry proceeded on that understanding. So let's just unpack that a little bit. First of all, the condition I was talking about would go to provide even greater control than Paul Clark was content with. You can see that it can just be dealt with at reserve matters. So, right. Second of all, that is a subbasin in the green belt. But do you put yes there? No, never mind. Concluded without any question whatsoever, conceded by the council, who was fighting every other point could find, that was not inappropriate use of land, not an inappropriate thing in the room. Were you aware of that decision before you wrote your opinion?
This is the first I've heard of this.
Now let's just have a look at another decision which I said we turn to, which is at 613, just a couple of ones further back in the bundle. A bit more recent. It came out 14th of December 2022. Were you aware of this one at all? No. So this is in two parts, because here we have a Secretary of State decision, which is the decision letter on the front, and the inspector's report follows. And so the Secretary of State, inspector's boss, we see here, we go to the end of the decision letter, grants planning permission for a site that, nothing turns on this in particular, was entirely within the belt, the housing and the subs. And we learned that David Prentice in paragraph 1 was the inspector. We also learn in that paragraph that it's an outline planning application. It was for nearly 1,000 dwellings and other bits and pieces. And then if we go to paragraph 16, where we've got main issues, and we have to bear in mind that here the inspector and Secretary of State were dealing with greenbelt that was across the entire site, including where the houses were. Paragraph 16, there's no dispute between the parties. Proposal would amount to an appropriate development. That's what the housing was. The Secretary of State agrees that the proposed country park would be a change of use for recreation, and the necessary engineering operations described by the inspector in that IR 131, which will come to in a minute, would not themselves amount to inappropriate development for the reasons given there. So we'll keep a finger in there, but we'll move forward to the inspector's report, which follows on with 131. And I don't know whether your copy of 131 is highlighted. Mine is, and it starts partway down the highlight, starts a proposed country park. It's page 39 of the inspector's report.
I'm looking for that.
The font text changes as you go along. So you know you're in the inspector's report and you get a different font.
I'll let you tell me.
Yeah. Proposed country park would be a change of use of land for purposes of outdoor recreation. Proposed sustainable drainage infrastructure that would be created within the country park would amount to engineering operations. Having regard to paragraph 150 of the framework, these elements of the proposal would not in themselves amount to inappropriate development because they would preserve the openness of green belt and would not conflict with the purposes of including land in it. Could it be clearer, could it?
Well, this is the first time I've read this, so.
So this is a development for nearly 1,000 houses. And this is SUDS dealing with the water attenuation for nearly 1,000 houses. Materially bigger than the scheme deal.
What I would say when it came to that, I've made a point in my evidence of how it would be affected with the earthworks and how it would affect the openness of the email. That's what I've tried to do. But I've got no knowledge of this and whether there's any, whether this one affects the openness or not. I can't tell because I don't know the case.
Well, let's just have a look at this term. You've seen Mr. Robinson's appendices, and he puts in his appendix 6. The material that was before the inspector and the Secretary of State. Have you got his appendices?
I haven't.
Is that in the bundle next to? Yeah, should Blue Sky? I think it's bundle. I think that's it. Appendices number 6. Have you read Mr. Robinson's evidence?
Yes, I have.
Because he mentions this and talks about this in data. So I'm surprised that that's the first time we've seen the decision. So the first plan is essentially just a red line. The second one is a master plan principles plan. Remember that. So marked 11 to the top of the plan. 1, 2, 3, 4 areas. Indicative plan, outline, planning application, level of detail. Not very. And you get some sort of feel of the scale of those basins when you look at the scale of the road infrastructure. Those are huge, aren't they?
What I can't tell from them is what's there already. There's no cross section there that I can see. But it's difficult from that to do what they've been. I'd say.
But this isn't something where the inspector or the Secretary of State has gone, I need a bit more information, I need a cross section, I need some more information. It's just this is an easy one. That's the way it's presented in David Prentice's report to the Secretary of State, isn't it? You've not dealt with subs in the Greenbelt before. These inspectors have. Don't seem to get a lot of airtime in their decision. Seems to be an easy one.
Good question.
Yeah.
What's the question?
This is an easy decision. There's no detailed analysis of this. There are large subspaces, particularly in Europe. We've got the plans, we know what they are.
I can't say it's an easy decision, or I can't say that.
Now, when it came to this particular application, I'm not talking about hunting, I'm not talking about fall, I'm talking about this one in Killamarsh. Your officers were not troubled by it at all either, were they? You turn to the officer's report, we'll have a look at that. It's in, hopefully, CV 131. Familiar with this because it was something you discussed last May. The officer recommendation. I'm just trying to look at the language used by officers in relation to the Greenbelt topic, the topic before us at this inquiry. We turn to page, internal numbering, page 26 of that document is the heading Greenbelt. It runs over the page as far as 7.7. Last sentence, in this case, the indicative layout shows no new buildings proposed in the Greenbelt areas of the site. 7.4 gives a bit of a tracing of the framework, 150. Over the page, 7.5, applications theory and outline. Number of attenuation ponds in the Greenbelt. 7.6, whilst detailed layout and design of the site will be determined at reserve matter stage, the applicant has indicated they will accept the planning condition that only non-built development, attenuation ponds, said associated infrastructure that we've dealt with that could be located in the Greenbelt area. 7.7 is considered this caveat covered by a suitably worded condition along with condition requiring details of engineering and other operations, operation of the ponds, that any associated infrastructure be sufficient to ensure the council retain control, then ensure no inappropriate development took place in the Greenbelt did not result in any acceptable encroachment into countryside. There's no equivocation there, is there?
There's not, but it's officers, will receive these reports, but planning committee is allowed to follow different views. One,
Oh, of course it is. That's democracy. I understand that. But you've concerned that you've never dealt with such funding before. So that presumably means that there hasn't been such a thing before the planning committee since at least 2020 when we joined.
that might be the case, might not be the case, because I want to have attended absolutely every meeting since I was falling along.
You did only your homework and found it and brought it to our attention.
I can't confirm that.
Right. Now, it's not just the case of the planning officers, is it? Because I'm sort of dividing here. This is the case officer who wrote this report. The policy officers of the council said exactly the same thing as well, didn't they?
Sure, I'll let you show me that. You get somebody to show me.
Well, I'll come back to it because I've lost my note. It's getting long in the day. Let me ask you another question before I come back to it. Can you explain to me whether there is anything in terms of national policy or Secretary of State decisions or inspectors' decisions or other decisions at all that you or the council relied upon in order to depart from that recommendation?
What we used, the policy word that we used was SSS10 in a local one and the National Planning Framework. As we discussed in my evidence.
I know, in order to make a judgment in territory that was clearly novel to you.
It's often the case when you're planning committee, you deal with something for the first time.
Let me just change tack for a slightly more procedural point. Just so that I'm clear, it's no part of the council's case, is it, that you can't have an outline planning in principle. I'm not talking about the sign. In principle, for such places.
No.
So it's a matter of judgment rather than anything else. It's not an in principle thing.
No, it's a matter of judgment.
And just so that I'm on the same point, really, just to extend it from the process to substance. You're not saying that such ponds are always inappropriate in the green garden.
No, I'm not saying they're always inappropriate.
So it must be right that it is acceptable to have such ponds because they are engineering operations within clear gas. In principle, such ponds in the green belt can be compatible with green belt policy.
Well, you see, it's not inappropriate. I agree that sometimes it is appropriate.
Yes, in principle. I'm not talking about the detail of any cases or something. Just keeping an eye on the time. I'm done with the officer's report. In terms of back to the point in the reasons for refusal about the adequacy of information at the time of the decision being made. From what we've just seen in the officer's report, they weren't concerned about adequacy. If you and the rest of the council committee were, why did you ask for more information?
I think for us, when we looked at it, it was too fundamental at the time.
Because it was green.
Because it was green belt.
I think you just told me that suds in principle can be acceptable in green.
It can be, but from what we understood of what was being proposed, from what we understood, we surmised that this would be inappropriate.
So why did you tell them the reasons for refusal that we didn't have enough information to make a decision? You do appreciate, don't you, that the council has several ways about going asking for more information. You could have asked.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, defer and that. But actually, there's a formal process as well. You can actually request in a manner that means that it is not provided, then the application isn't can be determined and refused on that basis. It didn't go through that process.
I think the committee as a whole probably had enough information. Had enough information at the time to make a decision on that element.
Yeah, I still had lots more notes about the policy response, but let's just have a look at that. We can see the policy response in core document 222. Turn to page 5 of that document, and I've got it 222. There's a summing up at the end. Principle of development is in accordance with the development plan due to limitation. Then if we move to the bottom of that paragraph, the local plans approach to design, flexibility, optimising, and then the last sentence, furthermore, the attenuation bases which are located within the build-out are not considered to be an appropriate development. Let me just note the date of that. It's 20th January 2022. And I'm not sure whether you follow the timeline on this point, but that was before a whole batch of information in relation to these attenuation ponds was submitted with the application to support the application on 25th of March 2022 as to Voluntary Appendix 5. So the point I'm making is a fairly short one. We know the final analysis case officer is containing the relevant information. The policy officer is containing the relevant information even before final round, before application return. So that's that. Yeah. And yet the reason for refusal is still based around not enough information, and you didn't ask for more.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think they've said that already.
We've already pre-empted the master what submitted, it was not there to the extent.
Yeah.
Even though such ponds in principle are.
We thought we had enough information at that time that was available to be able to make a decision with regards to that such development.
I'm just trying to go into a new topic. It's the background to the allocation of the local plan, which I know was Councillor Foster was making. It's probably more than a 10-minute point, but I'm in your hands, press on or not.
No, I mean, it has been a long day. I'm tempted to call it a day, to be honest.
I'll do either. I just didn't want to run too far
I
past
think
the half.
we've got space in the timetable. Let's do it justice. Let's take, we are even sample. Let's take it rather than the shuffle. Is that all right with you? If it's fine tomorrow, and you're available tomorrow.
We've got the MP first thing, I think.
Yes, we have very first thing. But yeah, it's one class, and so after that,
Straight on.
right? Okay. Happy? Anything we need to talk about before we all break for today? No.
You alluded to it earlier. Sorry, you alluded to it earlier, but I'm sure Councillor Foster understands.
Yeah. If you could just remind us all, so we're in that.
Yeah, you can't talk to any of your team about the case. So you can ask them for a bit of coffee. You can't talk about the case.
All right. Okay, lovely. Thank you. Thanks everyone for your attendance today. And are we okay to resume at 9:30 tomorrow? A bit earlier. You should all know where we're going now and then here. Okay, 9:30 tomorrow.